news this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The U.S. and Iran each asserting they control the Strait of Hormuz after a weekend of attacks stretching across the wider Middle East. The attacks that continued into Monday morning further threaten any diplomacy to end the war. The attacks underline that the waterway that once saw a fifth of the world's traded crude oil and natural gas pass through it remains the key issue in negotiations. Iran and the U.S. nearly at the midway point of a 60-day period of an interim deal that was supposed to set up talks for a permanent end to the war. Oil prices have jumped in Asian shares, mostly lower, after the U.S. carried out airstrikes and Iran retaliated. The prices of Brent crude and U.S. benchmark crude gaining nearly 5% early Monday. Ukraine's president announcing changes to his government.
Ukrainian Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko has stepped down as President Volodymyr Zelensky makes changes to Ukraine's government. The former prime minister saying, "I remain ready to serve the Ukrainian state and carry out every task aimed at strengthening Ukraine's position, defending our national interests and bringing a just peace closer." Sviridenko, the former economy minister, was named prime minister in July 2025. Zelensky announced her resignation in a post, saying that Ukraine is changing its political strategy. Zelensky also says there will be changes among the top ranks of Ukraine's law enforcement agencies. I'm Donna Warder.
Senator Lindsey Graham's death sparking a political scramble in South Carolina. As a senior senator and ally of President Trump, Graham was expected to win re-election easily. Now Governor Henry McMaster must appoint a temporary replacement until January. Meanwhile, Democrats have nominated Charleston pediatrician Annie Andrews. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
In consumer news, Kia America issuing a new recall for 463,000 SUVs.
It's urging owners to again park their vehicles outside and away from buildings after several customers reported fires following previous repairs. The recall announced this week by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration replaces a prior one Kia initiated in 2024. Certain Tellurides from the 2020 to 2024 model years are affected. The front power seat motor of these vehicles may overheat due to a stuck slide knob. To address the hazard, Kia's new fix will be for dealers to install an electronic fuse assembly free of charge. Keith Peters reporting.
It's a World Cup semifinal lineup for the ages. England and Argentina. They'll be playing on Wednesday. France plays Spain in the first semifinal. That's on Tuesday. News and analysis at townhall.com. Virginia's attempted assault weapon ban has apparently backfired.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger signed a ban on modern sporting rifles and standard capacity magazines, but it triggered a massive surge in gun sales, with background checks up 241% in June alone compared to the previous year. Legal challenges have partially blocked enforcement, while sales data shows more such rifles in circulation now than before the ban attempt. Ken Lorman reporting.
A proposed legal settlement with the U.S. government would require the Keystone Pipeline Systems operator, Canada-based South Bow, to pay a civil penalty of nearly $27 million over a major oil spill in Kansas. The 2002 rupture dumped nearly 13,000 barrels of heavy crude into a creek in Washington County. The company disputing the allegations. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Well, happy Monday, everybody. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. Going to see a high today of 85 with possible storms, a low this evening of 62. I love it. Right now, the temperature is 65, also very pleasant for the season here. Squirrels lose 2 out of 3 over the weekend, but did win yesterday in Altoona 5-3. Moving on to the nation's capital, going to see a high today in Washington of 88, a low of 65. Right now, the temperature is 67 degrees. The Yankees sweep the Nats over the weekend. DCers won't be happy about that, but our loyal follower Rick and Henrico will be. In Atlanta, Braves win yesterday 4-3, but lose the weekend series to the Cards. High today in Georgia, 82 degrees. Storms likely this afternoon. A low tonight of 71. Still possible storms, more like strayish. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 72 degrees. In Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 85 with possible storms. A low this evening of 69, still with possible storms. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 73 degrees. Moving on to Philadelphia, the high today will be 86 degrees in the city of brotherly love at the 2026 All-Star Game. A low this evening of 67. Right now, the temperature 70 degrees in eastern Pennsylvania. The Phils drop Friday's game to the Tigers, but rebound to win the weekend series over Detroit. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 90, a low this evening of 65. Right now, the temperature in By God, West Virginia, 70 degrees. And last but not least, I'm getting handed breaking news. Breaking news, Pittsburghers, the Pirates are awesome. They're awesome. Sweeping the Brewers over the weekend. I tell you what a way to go into the All-Star break. Best series of the year so far for the Bucks. A high today in the 412 of 91, a low tonight of 69. Right now the temperature is 70 degrees. As noted, baseball's All-Star break begins today. The game itself tomorrow night in Philadelphia. Yannick Sinner defends his title yesterday at Wimbledon. So congratulations to him. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. Okay, folks, so at the end of last week, I mentioned that we'd start this week off by tackling the concept of democracy. Now, what stands to reason is that if I'm hearing the phrase, the rule of law, bandied about like a frisbee, and I'm hearing that phrase in conjunction with the word democracy, the average American believes that our country is a democracy and that no contradiction exists between freedom and democracy. Well, if America is a democracy, what in the world was ancient Athens, which had a considerably different political arrangement than we do? Let's be clear. A democracy is a majoritarian style of governance in which the citizenry votes on what government does. Whatever the majority wants, it gets. If a majority wants Socrates dead, Socrates dies. If a majority wants to institute slavery, slavery lives. How is this even remotely compatible to a country founded on the idea that, in the aggregate, man has certain rights irrespective of anyone else's say-so? The overwhelming majority of people who refer to America as a democracy do so both obliviously and innocently. However, the idea is not an innocent one, and its chief advocates do not articulate it obliviously. By seducing you to think that America constitutes a democracy, the sophists are trying to bait and switch you, luring you into thinking that democracy is compatible with individual rights, all while slowly but surely impressing upon you by way of the actual meaning of democracy that your personal sovereignty is subordinate to the will of the people or the like. Do not be suckered, hoodwinked, or fooled. Democracy is a form of tyranny, and if anything, our society at root is anti-democratic in nature. We'll pick up here tomorrow. Until then, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Great Monday morning. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. Thanks for being with us. Coming live in Washington, D.C. the next 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday. We're going to be in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. There's a big energy and defense conference there put on by Senator Dave McCormick. We're going to be live at the War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. President Trump joining us on Wednesday. Michael Coleman's going to be running the ship there with us. Dan back in the studio in Rich Vegas as we take off for that a little bit later on this afternoon. Great to have you with us. A lot of news that we want to go over today, and we're going to get right to it. Truth and clarity, my friends, live right here. I hope you had a great weekend. We did. And our racing stables, Liberty Racing Stable, we claimed the horse on, I think it was Sunday, right? Sunday at noon. And the first race came in second. It was a good claim. And so we're happy with that. Bayport Parfait, now part of our stable, Liberty Racing Stables. And we'll put him back in Colonial Downs probably about a month to 6 weeks. I'm not one to race horses every 2.5 or 3 weeks. I don't really like that. I like to give him a month. And in between starts, maybe get 15 starts annually out of them. But we'll see what happens. So excited about that. Excited to have you guys with us today, as always. So the body is not yet cold of Lindsey Graham. Rest in peace. Lindsey Graham, certainly, whether you like his politics or not, he served his country admirably, both as a naval officer, as a naval lawyer. And then after that in Congress, grew up, he had a very humble beginning. His parents owned a bar and a pool hall and little restaurant. Their apartment was in the back, and he worked there. One of the things he promised his parents, who were a little bit older, was that he would always take care of his sister, which he did. So never got married. Don't know the story behind that. Don't care. It's his business. But he had a cardiac arrest apparently on Sunday and was rushed to hospital and passed, 71 years old. So a couple things just about the death. We got Laura Loomer and others out there, trying to spin conspiracy theories about the Iranians did something to him, and then it was like weird. And he's 71 years old. He had a heart attack. Okay, that's what happens, Laura. He's 71. He had a heart attack. His father had a heart attack at 69. Okay, it's hereditary. He had a cardiac arrest or something. I don't know the exact doctor's words, but he was perfectly healthy, or so it appeared, was scheduled to go on Meet the Press. He died on Saturday, was scheduled to go on Meet the Press the next day. And he had a cardiac arrest and died, which I'm 68, can happen to any of us. Now, there doesn't have to be conspiracy here between people getting a heart attack. I mean, 71 years, way too young, and may his soul rest in peace. I've met him many times, very cordial. Last time I actually talked to him was in the men's room at Mar-a-Lago, where he was brushing his teeth. I saw him at the the Right to Life event that they have every year. I forget the exact name of it, but I saw him speak there about a month, 5-6 weeks ago. He looked fine. His staff was there, in and out, and Susan B. Anthony. That's the last time I saw him physically, but the last time I actually talked to him was in the men's room at Mar-a-Lago, maybe 18 months back, something of that nature. I actually had a conversation with him in the men's room. Ironically enough, the three amigos now all passed. The last conversation I had with John McCain was in the men's room. I don't know why this is happening to me. Was actually at a stall going to the men's room somewhere in Virginia, in Richmond. He was there for an event, I think with Ed Gillespie. And we were both at the urinal and just, struck up a conversation. He had been on my show like the week before, so that was kind of easy to do. And then when he was on my show, our internet back then got hacked in by Islamist terrorists, and we had to change platforms, our website, and they put all their sayings all over 2 days after McCain was on my show. So he was definitely on their radar screen all the way back then. That had to be Gillespie, I think, was running for Senate. So 2014, what's that? 13 years ago. So it's been a long time. But you know what? A lot of people online not saying nice things. And I would just encourage everybody, don't do that. I mean, he served his country well. Doesn't mean we have to agree with him on everything. But, he believed in what he believed in. And he had convictions. And at the end of the day, that's really what you want. You want people to have convictions that you elect that are not, that don't waver, and that you can depend on. And if you don't like the convictions, you vote him out. But he was a man of conviction. Now, he was a warmonger and he was a neocon, and I didn't agree with him on almost everything, including not breaking the filibuster. But it is what it is. And now he's deceased, and may his soul rest in peace. Basically it. So we wish him the best. Now, let's get to the ugly politics of it. I'm a friend of Nancy Mace for a long time. And I'm a supporter. Didn't support her for governor because it just wasn't the right fit and she wasn't going to win. And I thought Pam Evatt was a much better choice, and I like Pam a lot. So we had that convo, not good. And I understand it. But she wasn't going to win. She came in fifth. But before Graham's body went cold, while his body was still warm in the morgue on Saturday night, she released the statement that she was going to run for Senate. And she has a right to do that. But wait a day. Just wait a day. I mean, I thought putting it out Saturday night or Sunday morning was just not a good taste. And it didn't feel good to me. It really didn't feel good. It felt like, okay, the guy just died. Let's maybe give a day to mourn, like a weekend, and make your decision made on Monday. I mean, why if do a Saturday night? The guy's body isn't even at the morgue. I mean, he's still in the hospital. They have to take him to the morgue. I mean, I'm 68. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm old school. Maybe I had this conversation with my son last night. He said, Dad, you got to understand, you're a boomer. And we don't always communicate on the same wavelength. He's got a point. My oldest son, Jack's a millennial. Claire's a millennial. It's a little bit different. He's a Zoomer. I get it. So, maybe I'm just older, and I believe in respect, and I believe in honor, and I don't care who it is. I thought Nancy should have waited a couple of days. But that's just me. She's going to do, hey, one thing about Nancy Mace, the young lady's going to do whatever she wants. You're not going to be able to talk her in or out of anything. Now, what is going to play out here? A lot of people are eyeing that seat. Rumor had it that Joe Wilson would be appointed. He said no, because he can't give up the majority. We've only got a 2-seat majority. Can't lose a single voice in the House for any amount of time. Scott Bessent's name has come up. He has said no. Why would Scott Bessent trade the best job on earth, which is Secretary of the Treasury and head of the IRS, for being one of 100? That could be in the minority at some point. Hopefully not. Why would you do that? So even though Scott has a home there and he could run, I think he's better off staying as Secretary of the Treasury. So I don't think he's viable. Now, you've got McMaster, who's out, could appoint himself. That could happen, right? He could appoint himself, which would make Pam Evitt governor for a couple months until January, when the Attorney General is likely to win and be governor. So he could do that. Or he could appoint Pam Evitt, who would be my choice, and then Pam could run. Or he could appoint a caretaker till January that we can trust, and then Pam can run. I'm for Pam running. I think Pam, in the middle of the week, should announce. I mean, she's got a campaign apparatus. She's crisscrossed the state. Trump endorsed her in the original primary. She's for getting rid of the filibuster. She fought to get that seat gerrymandered out, Clybourne seat in South Carolina. She's been 100% solid. I love her to death. So she is undoubtedly my choice for South Carolina senator. And that is a race that I will go down there for. No question about it. I'm a big fan of Pam, Joan of Arc of South Carolina, and she will be a reliable vote for MAGA for life. She doesn't waver, and she's tough. And that's what we need. Ralph Norman is probably going to run. We can't count on Ralph one way or the other. Sometimes he's for us, sometimes he's not. I don't want that. I'm done with that. I want 100%. I want 100% senators going to get rid of this filibuster and pass the SAVE Act. Let's get Pam in there now, get her commitment to pass the SAVE Act, and then we're good to go. But these are all the different parties that are going to be running. You also got the guy that finished second to Graham in the Senate primary. Mark Lynch will also run. And he might be formidable because he had a decent vote. I don't know, somebody look it up. High 30s, early 40s. I mean, he had a decent vote. He spent a lot of money and he can self-finance. You also got the guy that ran for governor, forget his name, that self-financed his campaign. So jungle primary, August 11th, not a lot of time. Going to have a lot of different candidates there. So we're going to be right thick in the middle of it. And we're really looking forward to that. 888-480-JOHN. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? It's going to be great to have you with us. Now let's get to Iran before we get to the break. I got 2 minutes. I think we're all done now. I think we're done with they want to make a deal. We're close to a deal. Jared Kushner's making a deal. By the way, can I ask you a question? Why does Kushner and who's he going there with? The other guy, right? Why does Kushner and what's his name stay there days after the negotiations are over? Like, what exactly are they doing there? Negotiating real estate deals? Do you know that 99% of Kushner's money for his real estate ventures have come from foreign entities? You think that's a coincidence? 99%. Just saying, doesn't feel good to me. Doesn't feel good. What Jared Kushner does on his own is his business. He's not part of the administration until he's out there negotiating with the same people that he then turns around ostensibly, allegedly, and could be making a real estate deal with. Doesn't feel good to me. I don't think it should feel good to you. I like Jared. This is nothing personal. I love Ivanka. I like Jared. Doesn't feel good. I don't think you should be doing it. But look, there is no negotiation. I think open the strait, just open it. Take the islands, bomb the bejesus out of them. I think the American people are now ready for that. I think they're done with, they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They want to make a deal. They've been bombed. They got beat. They have the military. They want to make a deal. No, President Trump, they don't want to make a deal. You nailed it at NATO. They're crazy. They're never going to make a deal. They're liars. And so let's just take them out and be done with this thing. Also want to talk about Freedom Gas when I get back. What exactly is Freedom Gas? And why are these Freedom gas stations popping up and people are buying them? And are they selling gas under price? I don't know. Nobody's asked these questions. I'm glad gas is down. But are they buying them and who's funding this? Questions we all want to know. Truth and clarity right here. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Your calls when I get back. Thank you.
fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Let's get back to these stalled negotiations. And by the way, I'm fully endorsing Pam Evitt for Senate. I'll put that statement out a little bit later on today when my schedule clears. But so let's just be clear. I love Nancy. I like Ralph. I like other people. But Pam Evitt's earned it, and she'll be a stalwart senator. And she's got my full endorsement 100% right now, ASAP. Now, let's get back to these negotiations, which have failed, which are a joke, because as President Trump said, they don't do anything. They lie. They're creeps. They're liars. He said they're horrible people, but we're still negotiating. And then he's still saying they want to make a deal. Who exactly wants to make a deal there? I don't think anybody. So we got Christian Witkoff out there doing the negotiations. I have no quarrel with the veracity of the negotiation. I have no quarrel with that. I don't know the facts. And I'm not going to make believe like some of the clickbaiters here that I do. So I don't know the facts, and I haven't talked to any of them. But what I do know is that these are real estate guys. And they're getting an enormous amount of real estate investment into their companies from foreign entities, which is perfectly legal. So I have no quarrel with that either. But it's not a good look. I mean, Jared Kushner, over 99%, 98% of his entire real estate investment now are coming from foreign countries, many of them in the Middle East, in the Arab world. The same people that he's negotiating with. It doesn't pass the stink test, especially when your negotiations have failed. Same thing with Witkoff. Steve, I've met him. Very rich, real estate developer. Why we got real estate guys in Doha or in Turkey or in Pakistan negotiating peace deals? What is the purpose of this? And they always stay several days. What do they stay in several days for? Negotiations, you come home, you get on an airplane, you come home. Why are they there? Look, these are just questions we need answered. All right? Kash Patel, flying around in his jets. What the hell are you doing, dude? I mean, you got the job of your life as head of the FBI. You've got a massive agenda. Why are you flying you and your girlfriend around on jets going to UFC fights? Just stay behind the scenes. Go to your office, shut the door, shut the blinds. Put on your computer, set up your phones, and go to work. Have your meetings. Hold your people accountable. How do you lead an organization and you're flying around on private aircraft at taxpayer expense? There's a reason for everything. There's an excuse for everything. Well this, well that, well this, well that. We got 2.5 more years of Trump in this administration. every single day should be moving the ball down the field to save the country, not flying around on taxpayer private aircraft with your girlfriend for any event. And I get you got to have security, but as soon as your girlfriend comes, it raises the specter that you don't want. And when you go into these events, it just doesn't feel good to me. UFC fight, this event, that event. Same thing with Sergio Gore. Every time I turn around, the guy's at some event. Aren't you the ambassador to India? Why don't you stay in India? Go do ambassador stuff. I mean, do you see David Perdue coming home every week? Is it the same distance? Going to events? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's going on in this administration. When things are touch and go, hey, if everything's going great, we're ahead by 10 in the polls, and we're going to win the midterms, and everything is going rosy-deary, I might focus on something else. But right now, this entire country's hanging by a thread. You know it, and I know it. These midterms, to win these, it's going to take a tremendous effort from all of us, from all of MAGA 2.0. Knock doors, put ballots in boxes, gerrymander maps, everything. Get our vote out. Anything that is going to depress one voter, say, I'm just not involved. Kash Patel's flying all over the place, his girlfriend, screw that. I'm going to stay home. What does that do for us? Nothing. What does that do? I mean, we're out here busting our butt every day. Why are you flying around on private jets? Why is 99% of your real estate investment coming from foreign countries? Like, why is that? When you're negotiating with foreign countries, I'm not alleging anything or suggesting anything. But here's what I'm saying. It's not a good look. It's just not a good look. Not a good look for Patel, not a good look for Witkoff, not a good look for Kushner, not a good look for the administration. Would you all agree with me? I'm not alleging anything. No allegations. Just, it doesn't look good. And it doesn't feel good. And so why are we involved in stuff that, with 6 months before we've got to hang on to our majorities, any of this nonsense? That's my question. And as far as Iran is concerned, don't be telling me again, they want to make a deal. They don't want to make a deal. They want to bomb ships and tell you, thumb their nose at you. I mean, if you look at what Iran did this weekend, I mean, it was a total, in your face. Hey, by the way, Trump, we're going to kill you. Hey, number 2, screw you. We're closing it straight. Yeah, you got the biggest armada. Yeah, you got the biggest Navy. Guess what? We're firing at ships. No ships are going through. What do you think of that, Trump? That's what they told them. You can spin it. It's what they said. We're not afraid of you and your ships and planes. You guys ain't do crap. And then when you bomb, you don't bomb anything. You just bomb stuff. And then the other thing is, they then target our bases in these Arab countries, Kuwait, Bahrain. They're targeting our bases. I mean, forget the Strait. They're targeting U.S. troops in our bases. The retaliation should be 1,000x instead of a couple bombs, and then you get back to the negotiation table to nowhere. These people are never going to negotiate. Whatever they sign, they'll lie about it the next day. Like Trump said in NATO. They go to the media, they cut a deal, and then they go right to the media. They go right to the media and say, we never cut that deal. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. So, look, we need action. That's all I'm saying to you. We need action, and we need it now. All right, let's get to the phone lines. 888-480-JOHN. Steve in Virginia, you're live. Steve, go.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks.
Thanks
for taking my call. And I want to say thank you for allowing Dan to do the Dan Hopgood report. It's been very interesting over the last few days, and it brings up something that really has bothered me for a long time, which is the fact that even this past week I received a notice for jury duty. And in the notice to jury duty, it says not only is it the law and you have to do it, but it's part of our democracy. And I'm like, what? We are a constitutional republic. And I'm really sick and tired of people just completely ignoring the fact that, yes, I believe it's the Democrat Party of Maryland in their creed that they go on and on about, how we're a democracy, but we're not, and we never have been, and we never will be. We're a constitutional republic with limited representative democracy, and so one of the things that really bothers me, and I brought this up with the chair of a Democrat Party, and it's so hard because you hear so many people using the word democratic this, the Democratic senator, Democratic legislation, Democratic Party. It's an adjective. They are not democratic. Look, the blinders had to come off for a lot of people when they saw that the Democrat Party, anointed Kamala Harris to be their candidate. Okay, there was no democracy involved for the people who are Democrats to even have that choice.
Okay, so
and
Steve,
now,
where are you going with this?
Well, look, they took out Graham Plattner, and what I'm saying is that this is a thing of brainwashing. It's a typical thing where you just repeat. Hitler's propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels allegedly said that if you make a lie big enough and you repeat it often enough, people will believe it. Okay, so why is it that even, Saxman, back when you were on the bus tour in Iowa, said, we're a democratic republic. It's like, where do you get that from? The guy's so smart and intelligent about so many things, but the thing is that we're being inundated with all of these people on the news repeatedly saying that we are a democracy. Democratic.
I think they don't. Look, we're not governed by mob rule. Everybody knows a true democracy is a plebiscite, right? So this is just semantics, Steve. It's not driving anything one way or the other. I get you're a stickler for the right words, and I honor and appreciate that, and I admire it. But at the end of the day, it's got nothing to do with anything. Just to be completely candid with you, okay? A total democracy is mob rule because then it's a plebiscite. Then any decision, you would just go and vote for it, and then the mob is going to rule. And the founding fathers thought that was an asinine way to govern a country. So they set up a constitutional republic, and those representatives are elected in a so-called democratic fashion where there is a democracy of people voting for their representatives. So it's a play on words. I get it. And for many years, we've said that if you're a member of the Democrat Party, you shouldn't be calling it the Democratic Party. You should be called the Democrat Party. But at the end of the day, who cares? It's not gonna move one vote one way or the other. The only thing that's going to move votes is you get a ballot and you stick it in a box. That's about it, dude. I appreciate your stickler for the true meaning of the word, and I admire it. But at the end of the day, it's semantics, and it has nothing to do with our midterms going forward. And it's never going to change. So, I remember writing for the Tribune Company. I did the same thing that you're doing. I wouldn't call it the Democratic Party. I called it the Democrat Party when I was their editorial page editor. I never said the word Democratic where it referred to the party or a party member. So I got a lot of criticism over it. Who cares? At the end of the day, nobody cares. But I understand where you're coming from, Steve. But thank you for the call and for that perspective. And for complimenting Dan. I appreciate that, Steve. Line 2, John, Monmouth County, New Jersey. John, you're live.
Hey, Johnny. How you doing, buddy? Good morning. I love your Monday show, buddy. You coming on fire.
Thanks.
It's a great show. I usually call it on Mondays because I got a lot to say myself. Anyway, two things. The Iran thing, you're 1,000% on the money. Nobody wants to hear how we're cutting a deal anymore. When my own mother starts, like, sighing, again, what is he going to do? Is he going to cut another deal? When that happens, you know people are – that's my gauge because she – you know what I mean? So even my own mother is just like, enough already with this. He's got to make something happen. So I agree with you, and I also agree with you. Those are not good looks. The Democrats will take anything. So to just hand them these things is insanity. You're spot on. And as far as South Carolina, I think the seat is actually, and you know, all things aside, and you're right. An aortic aneurysm, you're dead within minutes if somebody's not there. I happen to know that because I'm in the healthcare field. So
tell us about John. There's a lot of rumors out there, a lot of clickbait. You got Laura Loomer saying he was alleging there was foul play. All this nonsense. Okay.
She's kind of backed off on that. I think she does that more for effect to hold them accountable because they obviously listen to her. But yeah, so an aortic aneurysm, your aorta splits open. Your entire body gushes with blood. I mean, that's your aorta is your main vein through the heart. That goes, you're done within minutes. So, I mean,
what causes it?
Like
John, what causes it?
What causes the heart disease, stress? He was on the plane, the pressure of the plane. It's basically, it's like a weak valve. How does a hose burst? You know what I mean? Enough pressure, eventually, ba-boom. And if you're not paying attention to this stuff, also if you look, and this is the number one thing that you always look at, and people should be aware of this. His father passed away in his late 60s from heart disease. Everybody hears the story, well, he just retired, and 2 months later he was on vacation, he dropped dead of a heart attack on his couch. That, unless you live a really, bad lifestyle, that doesn't just happen. You can always go into the family and you'll see that 9 times out of 10, there's a history of heart disease. So the bottom line, the fact that his father had it, I don't know what Lindsey Graham was doing, but he should have been paying attention to this. But yeah, it's basically, in the visual, a pipe burst. So what happens when a pipe bursts in your basement? It goes everywhere. Imagine that being blood inside the body. So he was dead in minutes. It happens. That's one of the worst ways you can, in terms of one of the worst things that can happen to end your life. An aortic dissection is not a good thing.
Is it painful?
I'm assuming it's probably very painful, but you go pretty quick. So, the body probably goes into shock. You don't realize what's happening, and boom. So I'm sure, it's, but to be honest with you, I can't give you 100% on that one. But, just imagine. You know what I mean? Just imagine, like I said, visualize it in your head. I like to dumb it down if you're not a physician or in the medical field. Imagine a pipe bursting in your body, and instead of water, it's blood. That's it. So you can imagine the damage. But the one thing, and now I just want to get to this because this is the one that's driving me crazy. Because it's so simple to debunk. They have to put Stephen Miller, Seb Gorka, Peter Navarro. Somebody has to stand next to Mitch McConnell. I'm not saying they have to hold a newspaper up with the date on it, but the pictures, the insanity that surrounds that. That one, I think, is by far. These pictures are insane. How nobody can go and actually visit this guy or have an actual physical conversation, yet they put up these AI-looking generated photos. Again, it's not a good look. And the bottom line is that one can be debunked. How long is it? Whatever hospital he's at, you get somebody to go over there. You're the president of the United States. I'm sure you have security clearance to get in and make sure Mitch McConnell's not a vegetable. and you could basically tell the American people. This is, at the end of the day, Trump administration has to remember it all lies with them. So, but to get back now, I think the South Carolina seat is actually more secure than it was with Lindsey Graham. He had a lot of baggage, and I am going to go with your pick because I trust you, even though I do love Nancy Mace. I think she's a bull as well. So either way, I think one or the other can do a great job.
Look, we both love Nancy. I thought her putting a statement out on Saturday night was not a good look. I wouldn't. It's just bad taste. I mean, let the body at least get cold a little bit. Let's mourn for a day that somebody and whatever you think of Graham, he was an iconic figure, no question about it, and in politics. And so the guy dies of a sudden heart attack. Just out of respect to his family, wait a day or two. Just wait a day. Just one day. To put a statement out, I'm going to run for Senate. The guy's he's not even in the morgue. It didn't feel good to me. I'm just going to be honest. Now, I'm older, and so, like my son said to me last night, your method of communication is much different than mine. It just is. And it's never going to change because you're a baby boomer and I'm a zoomer, and we ain't even close. Now, we communicate great, but he says it's different. And I get it because I have a different value system. And the one thing I told him, John, I thought was interesting because, we have 3 kids and 2 of them are older, is that let me tell you, the downside of having an older parent is they're an older parent and their perspectives aren't the same and they don't relate as well. That's the downside. Let me tell you the upside. I'm 68 and I'm not going to tell you how old mom is, but we're baby boomers and we've been through a lot. And so what you're going to lose in relational ability, you're going to gain in advice and counsel because of the stuff we've been through that you're going to get from us that you could never get if your parents were 50. Okay. You're just not going to get it when, your father's 68 and been through all this shit. You're just going to get a counsel that is going to take you further. So it's like anything else, right, Johnny? There's good and bad, John. There's good and bad. Hey, John, great call. My best to your lovely wife, Michelle. Can't wait to meet you guys soon. And maybe one of these days we'll bring one of our horses. If there's a race that fits to Monmouth, then we'll get together. Right?
We got the Haskell's coming up.
I know, right? I should go there. I've been in Monmouth. I haven't been in Monmouth in so long. I love Monmouth track. It's really a nice race track, and we used to play at Monmouth College. Nice school. It's a nice area, Johnny. All right, man.
Beautiful.
Take care.
And to get to the kids, what we provide is moral clarity.
Oh, I like that. I'm going to write that down. Let me write that down. Moral clarity. I like that. Thanks, John. All right, we got a caller from Ontario, Canada. Rob, chomping at the bit when I get back. Keep it right here.
JFB Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. Great sadness in Washington with the death of Lindsey Graham. The 71-year-old South Carolina senator died Saturday night. Follow South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Here's a guy raised in the back of a bar. He's 19 years old at the University of South Carolina. Within 15 months, his mother dies, and then his father has a massive heart attack, and he passes as well. Lindsey adopts his 13-year-old sister and becomes a surrogate father to his sister. That pain and misery led him into public service. And he started public service because he wanted to make sure that no one felt invisible.
Senator Scott on ABC's This Week. Senator Graham died after a rupture in his aorta, according to a preliminary medical examiner finding. The rupture related to the hardening of Graham's arteries. An official cause of death will be disclosed after toxicological and microscopic testing. A massive heat wave spreading across the U.S., and this one could be unusually difficult to escape. As much as 2/3 of the continental U.S. could feel the effects of an unusually large and long-lasting heat dome. The National Weather Service predicting more than 90 local temperature records could be tied or broken through Wednesday. California Governor Gavin Newsom hired a private attorney as he and his wife face a reported Justice Department investigation tied to her taxes.
Newsom calls the probe a political witch hunt, but has come under fire for not releasing tax returns from 2021 through 2025 after promising greater transparency. Reports also indicate federal agents have contacted family members, friends, and former associates connected to Newsom's business and nonprofit activities, with several reportedly retaining legal counsel. Ken Lorman reporting.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
Lawmakers plan to bring legislation to the floor that would make daylight saving time permanent. Bernie Bennett reports.
GOP leaders are moving ahead with a vote on the so-called Sunshine Protection Act because the bill is a major priority for Florida Republicans, including Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. It's also a top priority for President Donald Trump, who in recent months has personally been calling lawmakers to urge them to back the measure that would add more sunlight to the evening hours and end the twice-yearly practice of changing the clocks. Luna helped tank a procedural vote before the 4th of July holiday in protest of the Senate not having passed the GOP elections bill known as the Stay of America Act. She is still not committed to allowing legislation to go through when Congress is due to return on Monday. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
The U.S. agency that oversees dozens of schools serving Native Americans is reporting more on-time high school graduations than ever. Nearly 80% of high schoolers are graduating within 4 years. News at townhall.com. Sam Neill has died at age 78. He was a versatile actor who moved from art films to blockbusters like Jurassic Park and The Hunt for Red October. He said he had a rare type of lymphoma in 2023. His family said he was cancer-free when he died. An unusual ejection in a WNBA game.
Never let it be said women aren't fighters. Benicia Laney Hamilton was tossed from the New York Liberty's 93-91 loss to Toronto after she threw a shoe that hit opposing player Marina Mabrey in the back. Laney Hamilton was actually trying to get the sneaker back to a teammate after it had fallen off. The errant toss ended up hitting Mabrey, and after a review, the officials gave her a technical foul, her second of the game, for, quote, throwing a projectile on the court. Jason Walker reporting.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
From New York City to the world, it's Dominic Carter.
Let's keep it real. My white colleagues could never discuss this issue because they would be branded racist immediately. Welfare was one of the worst things that ever happened to black people.
Dominic Carter, weeknights on the John Fredericks Media Network.
I'm bold enough to do it, and I'm African American, and it's coming from a position of love.
Hit johnfredericksradio.com for showtimes in your city.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time. And you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
Great to have you with us. Lindsey Graham passing yesterday. We've got a cut here that we want to run for you and take a little look at it. R.I.P. Lindsey Graham. Again, whatever you think of him, whatever you think of his politics, he was certainly a statesman. He certainly believed in what he was doing. I didn't agree with him on a lot of things, but we want people of conviction. He certainly had it. I think some of them were wrong and, kind of held up the getting rid of the filibuster. But he's dead and RIP. Go ahead, Dan. Roll it.
President Trump, thank you for joining us, and my condolences to you.
Well, thank you. He's a tough one to lose. He was great. He was unique in every way, actually.
He was, Mr. President, and I know that we are all just absorbing this news. We are all in shock. Can you tell us, Mr. President, how you received this news and your immediate gut reaction when you heard it?
So what makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime at, the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America Act like crazy. He got back, said he just landed from Ukraine. I said, that's a long trip to make. And he said, he sounded a little tired, but perfect, but a little bit tired. I had a right to be. And he was a worker. He was really a worker. But he sounded great, actually. But he actually said he was tired. But he wanted to pass the Save America Act. And I said, well, we're going to get it done, Lindsay. We're going to get it done. I'll see you soon. We thought maybe we might even meet today. And then that was it. And that was, very around the time. It couldn't have been much longer. It could have been his last call. I don't know exactly. But I got a message about 1 o'clock in the morning from one of the people at his office that he had passed away. I said, I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. It's amazing.
Mr. President,
he was such an advocate. He was, if he wanted to get something, and he had a unique ability. He was able to deal with Democrats and Republicans. If I had a problem, a real problem, I wouldn't often ask. But if I had a problem with a Democrat, he could work it out. He was a great politician, actually.
he loved his work, Mr. President. Yep. I hear you saying that in this final conversation that you have, emblematic. He was tireless, but it brought him such joy, didn't it?
No, there was nobody like him. He loved being a politician, and he was going to win his election. He was going to win it big. I endorsed him very early, and he was going to win it big. He just had it made, and he just loved being a politician. I said, the reason I'm endorsing you is because I got to make sure you win, because if you didn't win, I don't think you could handle life. I really don't. He was a man, there are guys that can lose and they go into something else. I can't imagine him doing anything else. I said, if you weren't a U.S. Senator, I don't know if you could live very long, and look what happens. He was going to have a big victory.
Yeah, well, by the way, I thought that was a very good interview. I thought the reporter who I'm, have been critical of, I thought she handled that. With class. I really did. Didn't get into partisan stuff. Didn't get into the pond and the algae, the ballroom, and just shut up. And she didn't get into any of that. She focused on a sad passing of somebody that, Well, I tell you what, I said the last time I talked to him was in the men's room at Mar-a-Lago. That's true. I also saw him in the White House in the Oval Office 2 times ago when I was in the pool, not the last time, but the time before that. And, I said hi to him. That was about it. But, you look at what John said from Monmouth County. He flew here from Ukraine, and of course the pressure, the plane might have had something to do with it. He said he was tired. It's a long flight. And, it's sad, but he's passed, and now his sister, her whole family's gone. So that's always sad when you have nobody remaining, except your own, family that you married into or whatever. I don't know that much about her. But I was going to get to Robert in Ontario, and he hung up. Too bad. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. 888-480-5646. So the Iranian situation is very disturbing. And I don't see a way out now. I don't see a way out. I think you have to take the islands. You have to take control of the Straits. The only leverage they have is the Straits. And it's apparent that they're not going to let it go. So you have to just take the islands, take the oil, take the straits, put the embargo back on, and starve them out. Once you take the straits and the ships go through, there's nowhere for them to go. They have no leverage. So I don't know what we're waiting for. I don't know what the purpose of this is. I don't know what, they want to make a deal means, because they don't. And I think everybody's done with it. And I think, when John talked to his mom, people that I knew that were just get a deal, just get a deal, just get out, just get a deal, just get out, just get a deal. Now they're saying, we got to finish the job. I think the country's moving towards that. And I know that a lot of people are wringing their hands. A lot of Republicans are wringing their hands. They're loosening their collars. So that's what they do, okay? Because they're afraid. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I think if you just take the islands, open the straits, and end this thing once and for all, I think the country will turn in his direction. I think if you keep going on airplane gaggles and saying they want to make a deal and everybody knows it's baloney, I think that is hurting him. And when we're going around seeing the Iranians mock our country and mock the president, that's really what it is, just a mockery. I think we're kind of done with that. Don't you? All right. Got to lace them up and lace them tight. Got Rob coming up in New York, wants to call in. But let me tell you this right now. You need a good night's sleep. I went to bed last night at 9:30 and got up at 3:45. What's that? 6.5 hours. 6 hours and 15 minutes. I like to get 7 because I got to travel today. I got to go to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Got a big week coming up. But, we got back late. And then, Joe was there. We wanted to talk about it, things that were going on and, talk about the draft and things. So by the time I got to bed, it was 9:30. But I tell you what, I dreamt like crazy. And when you dream, it means you're getting the best sleep possible because you're in that 4th level of sleep. And I had one dream after the other. One I actually remember, which I never do. It was that deep. The alarm stopped it, woke me up at 3:45. But it was pretty interesting. But when you dream like that, you're in the deepest level of sleep and your body replenishes. And so you say, how do I do that? And look, I go to the bathroom 2-3 times a night, twice at least, okay? So it's not like I get full sleep, because I have to go to the bathroom. And I drink a lot of water and, whatever. So that's fine. But that sleep is so critical. And how do I get it? REM sleep. I ask everybody right now, sleep is going to be the key to feeling better. And the first thing is, before you can lose weight, before you can work out, you got to get a good night's sleep. The best way to do that is with Healthy Cell REM sleep. Just go to healthycell.com, healthycell.com, promo code Godzilla, and you're going to get 20% off your first order. So order a bunch of boxes and take it 15 minutes before you go to bed. You tear it off, you down it. Now, there's other things on there that I take. Every day I take the biometric multivitamin. I take that when I get up. I take the Focus and Recall. So I take 3 of these a day. But if you can only afford one, then I urge you to get REM sleep first. And that'll lead to everything else, because you're going to fall asleep immediately, and then you're going to go into deep sleep and your body replenishes. Then when you wake up, ever wake up and you feel tired? I never wake up and feel tired because I have my REM sleep. And, I make sure I don't leave at home without it. So I got them strategically placed. They're in my travel bag. They're in my emergency kit. They're in my shaving kit, right? So if I forget to pack them, I got them. They're everywhere because I don't want to miss that, because they're great. And so I also get the Focus and Recall, which helps me, I think, and the multivitamins. So check it out. Go to healthycell.com, promo code Godzilla, and you're good to go. All right, let's get to the phone lines. I want to hear from you. 888-480-JOHN. Hey, got a text here from one of our listeners asking me in Maryland, Reed in Maryland, asking me about, what does the radio station own this horse? No. Now, we started a racing stable called Liberty Racing Stables, Ann and I, and we have a vision. And of course, I used to be in the business, and now is a good time for us to get re-involved. Reed asked me if I'm training it. No, Reed, I'm 68. I have a full-time position here at the company, and so I'm retired from that. But that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean I didn't go and check him out yesterday. When we claimed them, I got to check them out in the receiving barn, which they have to cool them down and just be sure that I didn't see anything. Now, I haven't checked over a horse. I'm 68, probably since I'm 25. So that's 43 years. So my eye is not there anymore. So there's really nothing I can do other than get in the way. That's about all I can do. But I did have a chance to meet him and pet him. His name is Bayport Parfait, one of many. We have a vision for this. We do overnight. So Liberty Racing Stables. But Mike Campbell's my trainer at Colonial Downs, and we'll go from there. But it's gonna be a fun ride, and hopefully we can do good at it. We've saved some money over time in order to get this done, and hopefully we'll be successful with it. If not, right? You gotta get out there. Like I tell Joe, you gotta take your shot, man. You gotta take your shot. A lot of these kids get drafted. Some of them didn't take it. Some of them did. You gotta take your shot. You never want to look back in life. That's what I tell my kids. You don't want to look back. You're young. You don't want to look back, right? And say, maybe if I did that, what would have happened? Shoulda, coulda. Maybe if I do it, if it doesn't work out, you move on. Then don't look back. That eliminates regrets. Doesn't mean you're not going to make mistakes. And so you can regret bad decisions. I made a lot of them. Trust me, regret those. But I never look back because, I did what I thought I had to do at the time. And you don't want to look back and say, well, if I did that, here's what could have happened, right? If I bet the 8-horse 50 to win, I would have won $400. I should have done that. No, just bet it. You lose your money, you lose your money. It is what it is. 888-480-JOHN. Rob in New York. Rob, you're live. Line 1, baby. Go.
Good morning, John.
Hey, Rob.
I'm actually really sad about Graham because there were times when I wanted to wring his neck.
Of course.
Especially when he got onto the amnesty thing. But if you really look at it, I cannot think of any other senator, that was so out there all the time on Fox and mugging for this camera and that camera that was so loyal to Trump. A lot of people don't realize that. Yeah, they fought with each other in 2016 like you're supposed to do in a primary. And, there was a lot of bad blood, but then they patched it up. And I can't remember a time where President Trump had to beg Lindsey Graham to support anything. The guy was pretty loyal. And he didn't have to have his arm twist or be begged for the Save America Act. So when I saw that he passed, as opposed to hearing that McConnell passed, not that I'm wishing McConnell in the grave, I was really sad. And I think a lot of people share my view. Because, yeah, he was a goofy country lawyer. But I think Trump considered him like a younger brother. I really do.
I mean, I think they had a good relationship. He ran against him in 2016 and said some bad things about him, as you recall. He was on what we call the undercard. Remember, there were so many candidates, they couldn't fit them all in the debate, so they had an overcard and an undercard. And so I went to the Cleveland debate, which 2015, I guess. Yeah, 2015 in Cleveland, and he was on the undercard, like the first level of debate, and then we had the second one. It was kind of funny. But, he ran for president in 2016, went nowhere. But, he was out there. He had his view, and the three amigos were Graham, McCain, and Lieberman. Now all three of them are dead. So those are gone. But look, he was told the president he was all in on the SAVE Act. He was moving on the filibuster. But yeah, I agree with you. At least he was reasonable. You could talk to him. I really don't know what's going on with McConnell. I think that whole Scott Jennings thing was weird. I really don't know what they were doing. And then Mary Walter got involved in it, she's like a substitute host now. I don't know what that was about. The whole thing seemed weird to me. Remember that when they kept saying, "Oh, they're weird. It's weird." That was their word, right? Kamala Harris. "Oh, that's weird." Well, that was weird. I'm not sure what Scott Jennings was trying to do there. I mean, the guys, now they say he had pneumonia, he fell, he got pneumonia. Well, just say, hey, he fell, he got pneumonia. I mean, when Harry Reid was in the hospital, it took him a couple days, and they said, he was on the treadmill and he fell and he hurt his head and he's in the hospital. He's going to be out for a month. And then, he got pneumonia. Old people get pneumonia and that's how they die, right? We all know that. I mean, you get pneumonia, you're going if you're that old and feeble. So just say it and have them do a video. That's all. Say, hey, I'll be back in a month. I mean, look, Tom Kane was out for 6 months? The congressman right there by you are in northern New Jersey, Morris County, is out for 6 months or 4 months, 5 months. Nobody heard a word out of the guy. He said he suffered from depression. And my view is, like, who can take 5 months off and get paid and say they suffer from a mental illness? I mean, you just can't, what job would do that? I mean, I like Tom Kane Jr., but just, if you're a public official, come clean. That's all. I got pneumonia. I'm in the hospital. I think I'll be back August 1st. Fine. People get sick. The whole thing is, don't you find it icky, Rob, that just the whole thing is icky?
That's what I was going to say, because none of us on the right appreciated this when they propped up Joe Biden with the weekend at Bernie's presidency and the auto pen. We have to be, honest, intellectually honest and consistent and what have you, and we shouldn't tolerate it when it comes from our side. If you're sick, get out. You can't do your job, get out. Okay? We didn't like it when Dianne Feinstein was wheeled in, probably soiling herself in adult diapers, and somehow, she looked like she was completely out of it, and somehow she's voting. Well, who's voting for her?
Yeah, it's not good.
You can't make that decision. I said, in the real world, you're a person who has a cognitive loss or a loss of independence. You cannot enter into contracts like that. So why do we let people vote and hold office? And if you're in the financial services world, or if you're an accountant, or if you're an attorney, if someone's sitting across the table from you that you're trying to do business with, if they have those challenges, you have a duty to report that. And if you transact business with them, there are serious consequences for that, but not for holding office. It just doesn't make any sense. So I don't know what we're going to be able to do about that. We can't get these idiots to stop using inside information to trade. If someone gives me inside information and then I give it to you, John, all three of us are going to prison. If we're members of Congress or the Senate, we get the profit on that. It's insanity that we allow that.
I mean, the whole thing stinks. The whole system looks like it's corrupted, with the aged people, with the wheeling them into votes, with not being square about their health, with the Biden situation, and then the insider trading that is very, very real. And so another problem with these futures markets, Poly Market, and what's the other one? Kashi or something? What's that called? Kashi? I mean, obviously I'm not involved in them, but it's you got a lot of inside. They got a lot of inside stuff going on, and I think that American people who are suffering don't like it. Let me talk about Freedom Gas. What is that? What is Freedom Gas? I'm happy that prices are down 50 cents. Now, this a new company? Because they're popping up in Philadelphia. And is that a company that's buying them and changing the name? Or is it like the Sunoco guy saying, okay, I'm just going to call myself Freedom Gas and I'm going to drop my prices 50%? Is that under margin? Is that being subsidized? Do I cut my margin? Is it a loss leader? Did they own the company? Did it change hands? Did my brand change? Is that a new kind of gas? Who's subsidizing it? Is it subsidized, or did I just cut my margin? Aren't these legitimate questions? Not one reporter's asked this except me. I'm happy that gas prices with Freedom Gas have gone down 50 cents a gallon. I'm ecstatic about that. And if we're driving to Carlisle and if Mike and I pass a Freedom gas station, we're going to fill up our tank because we can save 50 cents. I have 3 questions. Are you still making a profit cutting gas prices by 50 cents? if you're making still a profit, 2 cents, that means that we're being price gouged by everybody else. Hold the music. That means we're being price gouged by everybody else. Number 2. Is that a new company? Or what is it? Is it just somebody taking on the mantra like, I own a gas station, my supplier is Exxon, I'm an Exxon station, but now I'm going to change the name to Freedom Gas. Is that still Exxon gas? Or is it I just participating and cut my rates 50 cents, and cut my margin? If the margin is under cost, well, then I'll go out of business, so I can't do that. So if it's under cost, then am I getting subsidized by something or someone? Is there a subsidy I'm getting? Is somebody giving me money? I mean, if I'm selling gas at $2.50, at $2.75, and everybody else is selling it at $3.25, or let's make it easy. I sell it at $3, everybody else is selling it at $3.50. Either I was making too big of a margin and I'm now cut it to be a loss leader, or I'm losing money. And if I'm losing money, who's making that up? Because I go out of business. Because I can't sell enough Twinkies to make that up, or ringdings, or moon pies, or Cokes, or beer. So I can't sell enough to make that up. So where's this money coming from? And is this a separate company, or is it just a marketing tool? Hey, I'm Freedom Gas for now until I'm not. No one knows. I'm glad we're saving 50 cents, and I hope to take advantage of it today as we drive through Pennsylvania. But doesn't anybody have a question on this? I mean, I would like to know, because you can't have it 3 ways. Either we're getting price gouged, and 50 cents you can lower the price and still make money, which means you're gouging. Everybody's gouging, which is what I said in the Oval Office and asked President Trump the question. He agreed with me. Or somebody is subsidizing this, or this is a new company buying up all these other companies that we don't know about and just rebranding the gas. What is Freedom Gas? Exxon, Sunoco, Shell, Getty, Wawa, Sheetz? I don't know what it is. Costco, Sam's? What is it? I think we have a right to know that. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. Keep it right here. Truth and clarity. This is where you're going to find it. Clickbait, I can't help you. Peter Galuli, next.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others, even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him. Great to have you. Phone lines open. 888-480-JOHN. 888-480-5646. Did my 75 push-ups today, baby. Let's go. Hey, we got a lot going on, man. I don't want to have a heart attack like Lindsay did. Right? So got to stay healthy. Let's bring in Peter Galuli from the Wellness Company. Got a lot to talk about today, Peter. Great to have you with us, as always, here on the John Fredericks Media Network as Peter gets hooked up. Peter's looking pretty good there. He's a young, strapping young man, right? He's got it going on. But hey, Peter, check this out, baby. Did my 75 push-ups today at 4 a.m. Who does it that at 68? You know why? See what I have here, Peter? It's called Zeus. First of all, I didn't like the name change, and now I love the name change. Because when I see Zeus, I'm like, at first I was like, yeah, well, Mars, I don't like change. When you get older, right, you don't like change, right? You change your name, it's like, I got to change your name. It's Zeus. My sample bottles that I have at the office still says Mars. I got to go a new one. So I had to get one from home that's actually got the stuff in them because I got three of these in case I run out. Right? One I travel with and everything else. 75 push-ups every day because I take my Zeus. This is a natural, Peter, you ought to be taking this also. It's a natural testosterone supplement. Now, if you're over 40, you want to check into this because your testosterone, it just starts depleting. No fault of your own. Doesn't matter if you eat vegetables or you eat your string beans or broccoli. Nothing to do with that. Age goes down. Affects a lot of different things in your body. I take 2 a day. As soon as I get up, brush my teeth, take my 2 Zeus, glass of water, full glass of water, which also ensures you get water in before you start dumping the coffee in like I do, 8 cups a day. Don't even comment on that. But take my Zeus. I feel great. 68. Certainly don't want to end up like Senator Graham, right? I mean, that when you get to be 68, then something happens like Graham just dies like that. I mean, it puts your life in perspective, right? So take your Zeus. All you got to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. These are $60. A bottle will last you a month. You take 2 a day with a glass of water. When you get up, you're guaranteed to feel better, Peter. So,
John, I mean, people are thinking a lot about their hormones now. I mean, it's really a kind of crisis if you think about it. Studies have shown that our fathers and our grandfathers had sometimes twice the amount of natural testosterone that we did at the same age, right? And there's a lot of factors for that, our lifestyles, what we eat. But everybody should be doing something to look at their hormones. It's not optional that they are low. Like, you need to be supporting yourself, and that's why we created that product.
And look, I've had success with it, and my testosterone level, which was, I told the story when I went and got my blood test, it was just over the minimum. I think the minimum was like 2.3 or something. I forget, but it was like 2.5. But it was kind of in the danger zone. My doctor said, well, I can give you a T shot. Like, no, I'm going to call up my doctor first, get a second opinion. Kelly Victory says, no, don't take the shot. Take this thing called Mars, which now is Zeus. And now it's gone up after 9 months to 3. The last time I did a blood test, 3.7. So it's gone up dramatically, and it's all natural. So it's got all the natural.
You look
things.
great.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I was kind of begging for that compliment, kind of like what I do with my wife, just like, when's it coming? Like, kind of like beg for it. And then finally it comes, you're like, oh, thank you. So
Sooner or later.
appreciate that. I know, Peter. Tell me what's going on. We got a lot going. We got a lot going on now with these viruses. Tell us what you guys are working on.
Well, I think one of the biggest headlines from the Wellness Company was that we published the manuscript for our study on medical emergency kits. John, I mean, you've been talking about these kits for, better part of 3 years at this point. You were so far out ahead on this stuff, and we've sold tens and tens of thousands of these things. And I know your audience has been, one of the most kind of prolific buyers of these things, and they've saved lives. We have a lot of testimonies, but we wanted to do something that was a little more rigorous. We wanted to actually study these kits and see what are the actual effects of these out in the environment. So we took a group of 500 people who all had purchased the kit from April 2025. We gave them a year to get the kit, to open it up, to see what they used it for, and we circled back, and that's what we have just published. So we figured out that over 95% of people who have the kit say they've had a net benefit from this kit. Over 81% of people who have the kit say that they've recovered symptoms within 3 days. I mean, those are stats that any emergency room or urgent care would be, just envious to have about their system. But what's more, over 52% of people say it helped them avoid the urgent care or the ER. Another 30% said it helped avoid disruptions to their travel schedule or work. So these kits have a remarkable impact, John, and it really, I think, hints at something that is wrong with healthcare in America and how this could be part of the solution.
It changes the way you look at medicine. Because, when we first started this, we talked about, hey, this is a thing, something goes down, you have it, it's immediate, you don't have to go to the doctor. And it's got the guidebook in there. That was kind of how we started it. And then, it's been effective for a lot of people. Like my wife and I, we've had this replenished now five times, right? So we go through it because that's why we never get sick. But now, Peter, it's the Wellness Company, in my judgment, this is just John, has gone beyond that. It's now looking at the way at medicine differently. It's looking at care differently. Take matters in your own hands. Get out of the rat race. Get out of the doc in a box. Get out of the waiting in line. Get out of all that stuff. Be proactive. Get the things that you need at your fingertips ahead of time. Understand what's in that guidebook. Even if you don't need it, read it. Because if something happens quickly, you'll have some muscle memory over it. Then you subscribe to the doctor. So you get something going on. If you want to FaceTime with your doctor, boom. I mean, anytime I've asked for a FaceTime, I've had it within 15 to 20 minutes. Boom, right? They'll fit you. And if it's dire, they'll fit you in. If the doctor says, look, how about 2 hours? And I'm like, I can't wait 2 hours. They'll fit me in 20 minutes. It's that's the telemedicine aspect of it for a subscriber. Peter, it's a different way to look at your health and wellness than you did in the past.
It absolutely is. And believe me, John, I'm a supporter of Maha and Bobby Kennedy as much as the next guy. But let's face it, messing with the food pyramid a little bit, that's not actually going to change health in America. We still have a over $1 trillion problem on our budget every single year. And it's not like we're all getting this amazing free health care that people like to, falsely claim that places like Canada has. No, we're still waiting in line at packed ERs. We're not getting enough time with our doctors, and we're not getting that individual kind of individual tailored advice from our doctors that we need, right? But the last thing you want is a sickness to sideline you. I mean, right now, there's all these cases in the headlines. You look on Fox News, Wall Street Journal, anywhere. There's explosive diarrhea that's going around, right? Some contaminant that's in the food. It doesn't matter, John, if it's that or whatever is on the headlines next month. There's always going to be something. There's always some risk of getting sick. Flu season is, believe it or not, right around the corner. Why not be prepared? This kid has 8 life-saving meds, and this data that we've published actually shows that, yeah, it works exactly like we said it does, and it really does help, not only save lives, but also help people get back to life more quickly.
Well, it took courage to do the survey because, surveys don't always come out the way you want it. It's like when you do a poll, like just politics, perfect example. Nancy Mace says last night, first thing she's going to do is do a poll and see if her race for Senate in South Carolina is viable. It's the first thing you do, right? And you don't know what the results will be because she just finished 5th in South Carolina in the gubernatorial primary. So if the poll is you're 5th, you've got 25% backing or 15%, you're just not going to run. So you guys did the survey not knowing how it would turn out, and you took the results and ran with it because people are having success with it like we are.
We absolutely did. And I think this is going to hopefully spark a larger conversation about how medicine in America should be treated. Because so many Americans are, look, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes plus away from a pharmacy or an urgent care. Like, it shouldn't be a waiting game to get medications. And look, you're always getting sick at the worst possible time. It's the middle of the night. It's a holiday. It's, Sunday night before you have a big day at work tomorrow. All of this stuff is preventable. And you're right, John. It could have failed, but I was really confident that it was going to be a success because I've seen the results from our audience. I've seen it come in. And the lives that we've saved, whether it was people who were in a power outage during a hurricane, flooding in Asheville, or just an ordinary person that caught strep and was able to go to the family party the next weekend because they had the meds. All those cases to me told me that, look, there's something here and that we're really doing a lot of good.
This has evolved. This is the important thing. The wellness company has evolved from I have an emergency, here's things that can help me, to a way to manage your health. Would you agree with that?
That's the goal. Yes.
Now it's taken a while, but I'm a big believer in it. And the thing is, it's the preventative aspect. I mean, you have a medical emergency kit, or like I've got another one that my travel emergency kit, which I take with me to travel, isn't exactly as extensive, but you have different versions of it. But the difference here is that when we first got it, it was like something happens, I need to react and be prepared. Now it's evolved to I feel something's going to happen. How do I prevent it from happening before it does so I knock it out? That's what I've had and Anna have had the most success with. That's why I never get sick, because 3 times since January, I have felt a virus coming on. Everybody knows what it feels like. You get up, you have a sore throat, right? Middle of the night, you get a sore throat. It's coming. And so you wait 2 days, you get sick, now you're in bed for three days, you're coughing, you're sneezing, then you go to the doctor. It's like stupid.
Well, that's exactly right, John. I mean, we've talked about this a lot. I know Dr. McCullough and Dr. Victory are big on this when they're on the show. But the best time to treat illness is within the first 24 hours of experiencing symptoms, which is kind of, if you think about it, counterintuitive to what we've been told our whole lives, right? Like our parents would tell us growing up, well, if you feel sick, go lie in bed, try to ride it out, right? That's actually the worst thing that you could do because you're just letting the virus grow and getting sicker and sicker. It was the same advice we were giving during COVID, right? Don't go to the hospital if you feel sick. Stay at home in bed. And that's how you end up on ventilators. So we really saw, John, that having these kits on hand allow you to treat head on the moment you start feeling the symptoms, because that's when the virus is going to be the weakest, and allows you to recover quicker. So I feel very, very good that this is really being used in that way.
You've got another product called Shield, which I want to turn some people on to. If you've got a history of cancer in your family, that is something you want to take. Now we don't. Ann and I have nobody in our family that's had cancer, so we're very fortunate. But I take it anyway because there's no downside to it, and studies have shown that it has preventative measures, and that all of this stuff is to stay healthy. And I think if you can do this on a regular basis, and look, Peter, when you get a little bit older and you get your feed on Saturday that says 71-year-old Lindsey Graham just died of a cardiac arrest or whatever John called it, and you know the guy, and he's 71, and he's he's senator, so you get all the best food, best care, best of everything, and you just hereditary, you heart valve blows up and you die in 6 seconds, right? I mean, you got to take care of your body, Peter, and I think everybody should take notice of that. The better preventer that we can do, the better you're going to be, Peter.
That's 100% what it's about, John. And only 5% of healthcare spent in America goes to preventative care. And that's really what we need to focus on doing more of, is being more preventative, more proactive, and more vigilant about our health, right? Take it into our own hands. Don't wait until sickness finds us. There's things that we all can be doing right now to prevent and prepare for, eventual illness.
Well, the thing is, Peter, health, if there's one thing that Maha's done and that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has done, is bring attention to health in this country. Obesity in children, eating processed foods, all that stuff, all the garbage that's out there, bringing attention to the new food pyramid, to eating better, having a healthier lifestyle, walking, a little jogging, running, cardio, push-ups like I do, whatever it may be. You got to do something. And I think they brought attention to that. But the next step is really the wellness company. Because look, big pharma, big medicine, they don't want preventative care. That's not how they make their money. You guys hurt them, right? So they only make money if you get sick or something happens and then they have to treat it in perpetuity. That's how they make their money. And if you take drugs forever, that's how they make their money. So you guys are the antidote to that.
That's exactly right. Big Pharma exists to help manage symptoms, John, not treat symptoms, manage. That's why they put you on these meds for the rest of your life, to manage your cholesterol, to manage whatever, right? And that's really the difference, I think, in philosophy, to your point, that we're actually out there trying to find real ways to treat yourself and feel your best.
I mean, it's like the people that take the GLP shots. What I tell them is, yeah, you're going to lose weight and then it's going to plateau, because I've talked to a lot of people. But the thing is, it's an artificial spike in your blood sugar. And so if you're going to take the medication that is going to depress your appetite so that you can lose weight if you eat the right things and do a little exercise, you don't want your blood sugar going up and down. That's just unhealthy. And then what do? Take that in perpetuity forever till you're dead? Well, nobody's going to do that. So that's why what you guys have had is it's an oral application, and it's every day, and it keeps your blood sugar solid, and you're going to be able to depress your appetite enough to get over the hump, and then you just don't eat as much, and that's really what the key is.
Oh, that's exactly right. So our oral terzipatide product is actually one of our fastest growing products of all time. And to your point, GLP-1 shots, I mean, it seems like everybody's using them now. They have 15 pounds to lose or whatever, and they find a doctor who will write them a script. But it's not sustainable, John, and you kind of went into exactly why. You're kind of forcing to starve yourself. You're not usually going to be taking the lifestyle and exercise changes to your schedule that you need to have, changing your diet. So the second you're off this shot, boom, your weight pops right back up because your metabolism is kind of compromised, right? So we designed oral GLP-1s because we wanted to hopefully provide solutions that likely have lower side effects. You don't have that nausea. You're taking a low dose every single day rather than one high dose injection, and to make people more compliant. So you don't have to worry about the kind of hangover of coming off these shots. You can taper it down gradually every single day with a simple dissolvable oral tablet.
That's the key. I should be a spokesman for your company, don't you think?
I think you'd be perfect. Are you a doctor?
No, but I take all your stuff and I'm so healthy. I mean, it's like, look at me at 68. I look great. I feel better than ever. And you guys are a big part of that. And then, if things go south, I call Kelly up and whine to her and she tells me what to do. That's basically how the relationship works. Peter, I want to thank you. Hey guys, stay healthy. Look at what happened to Lindsay. You can go like that, hereditary. is keep this in perspective, right? Do whatever you can to stay healthy. Every day that you lose in bed, sick for no reason, is a day you've lost out of your life for nothing. And you don't have to do that. You can be healthy. You can do all the right things. Get a little exercise. Doesn't mean you have to go out and jog every day. Nobody's going to do that at my age, right? Do a little walking when you can, all the good stuff. Take the stairs when you can, although I don't, but I should. When I see the escalator or the stairs on the metro, escalator. But, I'm getting there. All you got to do, guys, go to twc.health/Godzilla. It's all right there. Get your emergency kit today. twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. You're going to get 10% off everything. You got the Zeus. You got your medical emergency kit. You want the GLP. You want to get orally. All that is there. You get 10% off. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla. Peter, thank you. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, John.
Always good to have Peter with us. All right, I got 2 minutes. Let's get to Charles in Richmond, Virginia. Charles, you're live.
Hey, John.
Hey, Charles.
I'm calling to disagree with your rejection of your earlier callers who warned about the propaganda confusing democracy with republic. You said that it had no effect with the vote. That it is the basis of the National Electoral College Compact, which Spanberger and the left-wing Democrats just passed in Virginia, which says every state in the presidential election can ignore what their people in their state says and have to go along with the national vote. So behind that is this rejection of a Republican form of government, of the electoral college, which is a limit on majoritarianism. So I think it's a real problem that people are convinced and nobody pushes back.
Well, there's no need to push back in Virginia because what they did was unconstitutional. And if that were to happen, it would go to the Supreme Court and get tossed in like a nanosecond. So a lot of these things that they do, it's all for show, dude. There's no way that they would have to get either a constitutional amendment or they would have to get the Supreme Court to sanction that. If Virginia votes for a Republican, the Republican are going to get those votes. They can't change it. Now, the other side of the argument is Trump won the national election, so that means that I guess Virginia, they're what is it, 13 electoral votes or whatever it is, that would have to go to Trump. I'm just kidding about that, but they can't do this unilaterally, Charles. There is no way they can do it. What they can do is split up the districts. They can do that, like they've done in Maine. States have the jurisdiction to do that, but they can't give a winner-take-all based on what the national vote is. Only what the state does. It's unconstitutional. But I understand your warning, and you're right. Just right now, that's a non-starter in the Supreme Court. Charles, thank you for the call and the clarification. You have a super day. Steve Bannon next.
Across the United States, and this one could be unusually difficult to escape. As much as 2/3 of the continental U.S. could feel the effects. More than 90 local temperature records could be tied or broken through Wednesday, with triple-digit highs expected across parts of the west and northern plains. Their shock and disbelief following the death Saturday of South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
He was a great politician. He really was. He got along with a lot of people that you wouldn't think of. He was somebody that loved our country, and he fought very hard for the country.
President Trump tells NBC's Meet the Press he had spoken with Graham, with the lawmaker getting back from his trip to Ukraine.
But no, he felt okay. I mean, I actually, on the call, he told me, Kristen, he said, I feel good, but I'm tired. He was fine. I knew him well. He would let you know if he wasn't feeling well. He had days where he didn't feel so well, and he'd let you know about it.
And now Kentucky Governor Henry McMaster must appoint a temporary replacement until January. Qatar's former ruler has died.
Qatar TV announcing the death of Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the former ruler of Qatar, who transformed the tiny Persian Gulf nation into a global player in diplomacy, media, and investment. He was 74. In less than a generation, Sheikh Hamad turned his energy-rich nation into an international crossroads. Qatar owns Harrods department store in London, an Al Jazeera satellite news network, and its political reach stretches from North Africa to Afghanistan. In 2013, Sheikh Hamad voluntarily stepped down and turned over power to his son. I'm Donna Warder.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
A judge has set a plea and sentencing hearing for July 24th for a teenager accused of killing 4 people in a 2024 shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. 16-year-old Colt Gray had pleaded not guilty to charges, including murder. The attack left 2 students and 2 teachers dead, with several others wounded. It appears the Bay Area Rapid Transit's new fare gates are doing exactly what they were designed to do.
A viral video captures a woman in San Francisco getting stuck under BART's newly upgraded fare gates while attempting to evade the $2.55 charge. It highlights the system's success in curbing free riding. BART's faster closing gates have boosted revenue by $10 million annually, increased ridership and customer satisfaction, and have reduced crime, vandalism, and harassment. Ken Lorman reporting.
News and analysis at townhall.com. She was described by family and friends as an extremely strong woman, and she never knew the meaning of the word quit. She was a fighter and winner right up until the very end.
My name is Martha Ann Lillard. I was born June the 8th, 1948.
Martha Lillard was the last polio patient in the U.S. to use an iron lung to live. She was 78 when she died June 26th in Oklahoma. Her sister Cindy McVeigh recorded her sister. McVeigh says her sister got polio when she was 5 years old, just 1 year before the polio vaccine was released.
They put her in an iron lung, and they gradually built her back up to where she could breathe some on her own.
McVeigh says the family included her sister on road trips thanks to a custom trailer. She blames her sister's death on long-haul COVID-19.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time. And you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace him up and lace him tight, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. Thanks for being with us. Coming live in Washington, D.C. Next 2 days, I'll be in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick and President Trump putting on a massive defense and energy exhibit and seminar. President Trump there Wednesday. I will be there on Wednesday. We're going to be live on Tuesday and Wednesday. Joining us now, Stephen K. Bannon, host of the War Room, which is one of the most popular right-wing shows in the country. By the way, it's not a podcast, so don't call it that. It pisses me off. It is a live show. Oh, it really pisses me off because it's not a podcast. See, podcasts are two people that sit in a studio with a microphone with like scripts and stuff. That's what a podcast is. It's like a joke, right? And I know people download it, but it's not live, and then they edit it. The Bannon Show is not a podcast. It's a live show. It goes 10 to noon. Then it goes 5 to 6. That's live. It's whatever you see is what you get. And that's not a podcast where people can, well, let's edit this out. Let's edit that out. Let's take the breaths out. It's all nonsense. It's a live show. It just pisses me off, Steve. Sorry.
Being live, John, and doing the news every day is a little different than sitting around chatting on a podcast. Right?
Thank you.
It's leisurely.
Such
the leisurely
baloney.
pace of a podcast. Podcasts
Exactly.
are great, but no, we're not a podcast.
I mean, you don't know what's going to happen on your show at 10 a.m. You didn't know what your guests are going to say or what you're going to say. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you're sitting there with a teleprompter for. I've been on your show 100 times because you just Steve Bannon. You just whatever stream of consciousness. And then you react to your guest, and then I mean, come on, man, podcast. It's like a joke. Anyway, Steve Bannon with us. Steve, thanks for joining us today. We got a lot to talk about, and Steve's going to try to be on every Monday at 8 right now through the midterms because it's like death or live. By the way, I took your segment with me last week. I turned it into a column that went crazy. And then it got published. I sent it out. It's gotten published in about 35 papers across the United States, taking what you said last week about the communist jihadists taking over these cities. Let's start with Iran. What's going on? What do we do?
Well, I've been a big proponent from day one of, it's economic warfare, but it's got to be real economic warfare. Sanctions have really got to be applied. You keep hearing new sanctions every day. We'll go max sanctions, make sure the Europeans are a part of it. Use your carrier battle groups in the North Arabian Sea, Gulf of Oman, to block any movement of any goods or oil in or out. Nothing gets sold to the Chinese Communist Party. Cut them off of all resources. If you have to, block the overland route that the CCP is resupplying them with, and make sure you start to destroy the currency. In addition, you got to freeze their assets, which is $100 billion in banks or financial institutions around the world. We have access to $50 billion of that. We have to sweep their assets to pay for this war, and I think you got to go to Oman, UAE and Saudi Arabia, and say, hey, the oil you're selling, we need to take cash off the top to pay for this war. The American people should not be out a penny for this war. Israel, the Gulf Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all of them, either through oil sales or just writing a check, have got to pay for this. American people should not be. They're talking about $350 billion. I hope you bring this up tomorrow in Pennsylvania. So the reconciliation is $350 billion, which is $88 billion. Is the Pete Higgs is coming forward with an $88 billion down payment for the first part of this war. We just can't afford it. We get $40 trillion in debt. Where the first 9 months of this year, our deficit is $1.4 trillion. It'll be $2 trillion by the end of the fiscal year, as I've said. It's going to drive up rates. The Fed doesn't have to increase rates, just supply and demand. As Scott Bessent's got to refinance 1/3 of the national debt, is going to drive up interest rates. Here I see the 10-year Treasury. I think the 10-year Treasury is already almost at 4.6%. I think it's 4.5. That impacts everybody. I mean, that's in your credit cards. That's in your home mortgage. That's in any equity loan you have, college loan, car loan, whatever you got. So we can't afford to write hundreds of billions of dollars for this war and be open-ended. And last night they hit, I think they hit the Fifth Fleet's headquarters in Bahrain. So, regardless of what we're being told about, they don't have missiles and they don't have drones. They certainly seem to have missiles and drones that are hitting Qatar, hitting UAE, hitting Saudi, plus hitting our facilities. I think Axios said today that every facility we have, because we have people spread all over the Middle East, I think in Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, American facilities were hit. Now we hit back even harder. We really laid into them. But if you're still at the Connect part of this, it's, 4 or 5 months into this thing. I don't see any solution unless you really break them economically. In January, we had them broken. This is what caused millions of people to go to the streets. People say, oh, that was the Mossad and CIA. Well, I think a lot of it is this currency was being destroyed by Scott Bessent. I think we have to get back to that. We have to bring these people to their knees economically and start to draw down on the military aspect of this. So otherwise we're going to be sucked into this thing for years.
Why don't we just take the islands, open up the straits, put the blockade back on, and starve them to death?
I think when you start talking about taking the islands, you're talking an increase in kinetic activity, and that means you're going to put combat troops on there. You're not going to listen. Air power is fantastic, but people have to understand we were sold a bill of goods on air power by the Mossad and the CIA. That 72-hour bombing. This is besides the 12-day war, which I think President Trump handled magnificently and had total obliteration on their nuclear weapons program. The second phase of this, we were sold a bill of goods, and I think this is why it's got to be an investigation of both October 7th, which we've never had. The Israelis have never done that. Netanyahu's refused to do it. We have to have a full investigation of October 7th. Plus, we have to have, I think, an investigation of what intelligence was given to the president for this current phase of the war. It was obviously, Sam Gorka says it was exquisite intelligence. Well, the fact was it was the exact opposite. We were told, and our policy was around a massive bombing campaign for 72 hours, of which people were going to rise up like they did in January. that didn't happen. And you saw 5 million people in the streets at the Ayatollah's funeral the other day. So clearly the regime has a lot of support, and the bombing campaign destroyed, their infrastructure, the military infrastructure, and certainly destroyed their command structure. That's what we took out, I think, a whole generation of senior leaders. Now, it turns out that as would make sense, the people they have that follow them are even more hardcore because they've been trained in that kind of Darwinian system. You don't have a lot of Jeffersonian Democrats over there as much as wishful thinking wants to believe that. So, the bombing campaign worked tactically, but didn't work strategically. They shifted because of the Israelis attacking both Tehran in the first weekend, the oil facilities there, and then really expanding the war to attack these natural gas fields that Qatar works with Iran in kind of joint ownership, and Qatar runs it. They took that, the entire center of gravity of the war shifted to the Persian Gulf and to the Strait of Hormuz. And is one of the few people in the world that have taken a combatant through the Strait of Hormuz into the Persian Gulf. I can tell you it's a very dangerous territory up there, even under great conditions. It's a very tough sea detail. It's very crowded. You got to really pay attention. You let the pirates on the Persian side or the Oman side get involved, and you're just asking for trouble. So no, I think if you go to Karg Island and these other islands, it's going to take more than, my belief will take more than just air campaign. You'll have to put troops in it. I think that escalates. That goes up the escalatory ladder. I think we're going to be going down the escalatory ladder, but increasing dramatically the economic pain here, particularly to the American people. We have to have a blunt conversation about defense. We have to have a blunt conversation about who's paying for this. It's absurd that the American people, for Pete to walk up there and drop an $88 billion bill that we're just supposed to we're supposed to sell more bonds to the Chinese Communist Party. We can be more in debt to the Chinese Communist Party to pay for war in the Middle East. Right now, we ought to sweep all the Persians' assets to pay for it. Israel's got to get the checkbook out, and we got to take the oil. We keep talking about taking oil from Iraq. Hey, we ought to put the senior in the cap table paying for this should be the Saudis, UAE, and Qatar. They're running around telling us how much money they're going to make in, this and that. They're going to invest here. They're going to put $2 trillion. Hey, before you do the investments, we want cash money to pay for this war. And I think the American people ought to be adamant about this. Is that we should not be out a penny. The American people should not be out a penny about this war, and we should force our quote unquote allies. It's all for them, right? It's all for the oil of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, right, and UAE. They should pay for it. And the Israelis, we have a very dangerous situation. I hope you ask Dave McCormick about it tomorrow. This NDAA, I've advocated for a long time that if Israel doesn't want to be a vassal state, if they don't want to be a protector of the United States and have their own sovereignty, of which I strongly recommend they have, because then they can pursue any national security policy they want. We have to get off this MOU where we've been paying for a big part of their defense, and people over there have agreed. But now they have in this new NDAA, we would kind of merge our defense industrial bases, and we've merged a lot of the intelligence. That can't happen. We've never allowed any ally to do this. It's very dangerous, and we have to be free and clear, and let the Israelis have their own foreign policy and their own national security policy, and where that's where that convergence is fine. But right now, going to Beirut, taking a tank column up to Damascus, or continuing some ground operation in Tehran is not in our national security interest. We want to actually extract ourselves, come back to the Western Hemisphere where we got plenty of work to do for hemispheric defense, and also start taking care of the biggest national security threat that we have, which is basically debt that's out of control, deficits that are $2 trillion a year, and crushing the American dollar. That should be our focus. So the way to do that is to get these quote unquote allies to start to get their checkbooks out or start to let us monetize their own oil.
How do you be sure that they don't close the straits, which then drives oil prices back up and is a disaster for gas prices going?
Well, I think closing the straits, the MOU, which I couldn't figure out, actually brought Oman When you go through the Strait of Hormuz, you have Persia on one side, you have Oman on the other. Well, the last thing you would ever want to do is get Oman in this conversation. So I never understood the MOU, which was our proposal, to have Oman and like the Iranians have some sort of discussion of some apparatus. There shouldn't be any apparatus. Should be free navigation. My strongest recommendation, let's see the princes of Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. It's in their interest. Where's their military in keeping it open? They all have navies. They all have air forces that we sold them all the equipment. They all have military, right? Of course, you've got the young princes in London and in America partying all the time. Let's get those guys to the front line. Instead of sending American troops to Karg Island, let Qatar take over Karg Island. I think we got to put the bayonet to the back of these quote unquote allies and say, hey guys, this is about monetizing your oil. Remember, the economic benefit of Hormuz being open, which I believe as a policy needs to be free navigation. Hormuz is all about Asia and Europe. We're down in the Red Sea with another carrier battle group. We've been there for a year, keeping the Red Sea open, the Suez Canal. That's 100% Europe. Last week at NATO, I don't remember a discussion of where are their navies. Where's the Royal Navy? Where's the French Navy? Where's the Italian Navy? They all talk big talk. They're going to do this in Ukraine. They're going to do that. They're going to do this with Russia. That's all dealing with that situation, the Ukraine war. Right now, we have an active war in their interest, which is the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and Strait of Hormuz that needs to be open for them. And why we have two carrier battle groups out doing it, and they don't even send over a destroyer. I think it's time to play hardball with our allies. Say, look, if you don't want to step up to the plate and either send military resources, particularly naval assets, and or start writing big checks, that's fine. We got other things to do. Just bring the carrier battle groups back here and let us block the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. Let us take over the Panama Canal, clear the Caribbean of all these communists, make sure that Latin America is along with us, and you have hemispheric defense. Get the Central Pacific, our islands, the United States territories out in the Western Pacific, secure the Central Pacific, and hey, Bob's your uncle. The United States has been secure from the Arctic all the way down to the Antarctic and all the way across Asia because, as Manifest Destiny tells us, we're a Pacific power. And if Europe's got to step up, this situation in the Middle East, they have unlimited opportunity to suck us in more and more and more and more, right? To play other people's, not just Israel, but also to protect Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. Well, all I see is those guys flashing big money all the time. How about this? How that, I know you got all these dreams. You're going to invest here, do this, crypto, that's fine. You can work that out. But right now we have a problem. We have a $350 billion reconciliation bill they're talking about. A huge part of that is defense spending. Now, part of that is for our defense industrial base and things we need and rebuilding the Navy. But a big hunk of it is a thing called the Iran war. And the American people should not be out one penny for this. Our very wealthy allies. We have a very wealthy ally in Israel. We have a very wealthy, in Israel, you get full medical benefits, you get free college, you get all that. I don't remember the people in the United States getting that, okay? And, of course, the Gulf Emirates and Saudi Arabia are some of the wealthiest. The monarchies are run that among the wealthiest people in the world. It's time to pony up. You have American kids, working class men, young men and women on these battle groups. Now, what the Ford came back with, I think it was 210 days or something, some extraordinary, almost 1 year at sea. And people in Norfolk have been just rotating in this, and in San Diego have been rotating in this now for over a year. It's time, and those are working class kids. They're going to come back here and compete with, H-1B visas and illegal aliens for jobs. It's only 62% of our people are in the labor force. Where the rest, the 12 million STEM workers, 12 million educated young men and women, STEM workers are out of jobs in the United States because they're competing against H-1B visas that are here. It's just not fair. And I tell you, the American people are getting a belly full of it. So the first thing I would do is let's get our finances straight. And part of getting the finances straight is that we're not putting out continual cash that, the wealthiest nations, or at least the wealthiest monarchies in the world and Israel are writing checks and or just giving us oil and let us monetize it.
Steve, let's get to these negotiations. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, that access. Both these are real estate guys. now we're hearing that they stay over for extra days. Like I like Jared, you and I know him well. We know Ivanka. I just want to ask, why are they like? Why do we have real estate agents?
Well, we do. Okay, so the theory, the theory of the case of Jared, and it is one theory, and the Abraham Accords is predicated, as Jared said many times, to try to put the politics and the vendettas of the region aside, and work at this as some sort of organization of economies, and incentivize people to make their lives better, and put away the ancient vendettas, the religious conflicts, and quite frankly, the military and political. Because if you deal with that, his point is you're not going to get a solution. Lindsey Graham, when he passed away on Saturday night, the last thing he was talking to President Trump about was about this Israeli-Saudi, Saudi Arabia buying into the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords at its basis is a commercial and business relationship among these nations to get like flights to Israel, into UAE, and have trade and have common capital markets, to be able to invest in each other, to be able to kind of work out some network for their joint prosperity, to make people's lives better. The whole situation in Gaza the Gaza situation Jared's put forward is just a subset of that. It's also to look at, turning Gaza into Miami Beach with real estate investment, et cetera. This is why they want Saudi Arabia to have with Israel. Now, that's a theory of the case that we've worked on now since the first Trump administration. The one thing that we have diplomatically, I think, to show us a success, it is that. Right now, whether that can go forward, the whole Iran situation is another, whether it's a $350 billion fund that we help organize and or releasing cash assets to the regime. It's all part of this theory that if you make people's lives better economically, that you can have joint growth. my theory, and Abraham Accords had some de minimis beginning of success, and in Gaza you can see the plan, and this is the peace board, and President Trump's bought off in it, and Turkey's going to provide the security, and Qatar's going to underwrite the thing. Of course, that's caused a lot of consternation in Israel because that's effectively what I've said, and I've always been a one-state solution guy. That it's a two-state solution. You're essentially going to have a Islamic, a quote unquote Palestinian or Islamic State down in Gaza, financed by Qatar, who is the lead financier of the Muslim Brotherhood, and the railhead of the Muslim Brotherhood has to be in Turkey. And so that's the construct. And Lindsey Graham was pushing that to try to get the Saudis to buy into this with Israel. My theory of the case is a little different right now with the Persians, is that use that same concept of economics to crush them, so that we don't have to have kinetic warfare. We don't have to have kids out there in harm's way right now, but to use economics, basically cut them off from everything. And no selling oil, no monetization of anything, because it seems like, Persia's been around for 3,500 years. If you want to read what the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf is like, just read the Roman histories of of Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great went over the same turf thousands of years ago, and their same bad hombres were there at the time, right? So it doesn't change much over there, and so I think we have to be very realistic. Look, if we want to get involved and stay involved in the Middle East, we could be there unlimited. As I tell people, I was there as a destroyer officer starting in 79, 80 when it first started, when they threw us out. And they took over the embassy for the hostage. My kid brother went back for the Gaddafi situation. Then he was there for the tanker wars as a helicopter pilot on a Navy frigate in 86, 87. My daughter then deployed there, I think, in 2010. And we're just average schmendricks, right? We're just, junior officers. But my point is the country's been there for 40, 50 years. We could be there for another 40, 50 years if we allow ourselves. I think it's a sideshow, and I think the Israel situation is a sideshow to a sideshow. I think we got to extract ourselves. We got to be very hard-headed about having to do that.
Let's get to politics. Your take on the Graham-Plattner debacle.
Well, I think it shows you that, as I've said on the show many times, John, and I know you've preached this gospel, that from 10 years ago, the future of politics was populism. whether it's going to be right-wing populism or left-wing populism. And the big difference to the left-wing populism is really just a Marxist jihadist with a populist veneer put on top, as you see from Mondami and the Democratic Socialist DSA. Plattner, if you go back and look at him, he's preaching a hardcore left-wing populism, which, hey, he was 9 points up, I think, on Collins in the last polls. Of course, obviously they didn't vet the guy. He's a very troubled individual, but you got to separate, I think, the individual from the message. The message clearly resonated, and the Democrats have fallen in line in the back of it. He's got a guy that's obviously not suitable for the Senate, and but they're going to find people that are suitable that have that message, and we have to combat it with something. You can't just combat it with you can't combat it with tax cuts and forever wars. That aspect, and the Senate is essentially that. The Senate's no friends of President Trump. We're going to go into this huge fight, and the Senate's only there for, I think, 4 weeks between now and Election Day. They're coming back for a couple of weeks in July. They're back for a couple of weeks in September. They're talking about now, in the Hill newspaper today, they're actually proposing to debate the Save America Act in September. Like that could ever be passed or ever be implemented in time for the election. We have a serious problem. The only way Democrats win is when they steal. And we now know that they have, a massive foreign influx into this country. There's an analysis out today about how high the rents are. The rents are too damn high in New York City. Well, guess what? 40% of the occupants of the where they did the analysis are foreign born. We have a massive problem with illegal immigrants. We have a massive problem with the scams of the H-1B and other legal immigrants, that American citizens are taking second and third place to foreigners. It's just not, one, it's not acceptable. Number two, it's not sustainable. The American people are not going to tolerate this. And so with Plattner, you get a bunch of left-wing populism, but it's layered on top of globalization, open borders, and a hardcore Marxist culture aspect, and this is what we have to fight. And you're not going to fight that with your standard doctrine from John Thune's Republican Senate. It's just not going to happen. So hopefully, my recommendation, we have to have a confrontation with Thune. He's treating President Trump like a lame duck, no matter what the happy talk is, how much they love President Trump. You can tell this by the recess. They've not been in recess one day in President Trump's 5.5 years in office. The entire first term and the year and a half of the second term, they've gone through this kabuki theater to keep themselves active so they can't give President Trump one day to make recess appointments. That's a lack of respect they have for him, and it's unacceptable, and it's got to be brought to an end.
What's your take on replacing Lindsey Graham in South Carolina?
I think it's going to be McMaster. I would take the over on McMaster's getting selected, and I think President's very close to him. As you know, John, Henry McMaster's, I think, is the first significant person at a state level, particularly in that heated primary back in 2016. President Trump's very close to McMaster's. I think from President Trump's perspective, he's the logical choice. He's a safe pair of hands for President Trump. It also keeps Nikki Haley out, which is, President Trump's not a big fan of. So I think I don't think it'll go back to the people that ran this time. I think they'll look at. I think President Trump will look to make sure that it's McMaster, somebody that, particularly between now and Election Day, that he can trust and then trust going forward.
So he's the governor. He appoints himself Pam Evitt, who he backed in the original primary. She becomes governor until January, and then the attorney general is going to win that race. So then Evitt's got to find something else to do, but she'd be the caretaker through January. And then McMaster would appoint himself and then run in the August 8th primary. Is that or August 11th?
That's I think the logic. I think she would have been a logical pick if the runoffs had been closer. But I think I have not made one phone call about this. I've not talked to anybody about this. I haven't talked to the president or anybody. I just think if you look at the physics of particularly from President Trump's perspective, I would think it would be McMaster's to be a safe pair of hands between now and then. Everett would be the step up to be the governor. McMaster's would run, although he's 78. President Trump's 80, and McMaster's is a very vibrant, robust guy, as you know. and he'd win because McMaster's would definitely hold that seat. There wouldn't be any question about it, and he would be in the Senate. That's
So,
my distinctive physics. I haven't talked to anybody, but that's my own thinking.
I think that's likely to play out. I think your instincts there, Steve Bannon, with us. Only got a couple more minutes with him. I think your instincts are sound. Two more things. Last week on my show, and in the article on Politico, you were calling the new wave of Democrat communist jihadist, which I've now taken up because I think that's what it is. When I used it, I've gotten a tremendous amount of criticism over it. But you basically called it what it is. Why are people rejecting that with such veracity?
Well, I think the people rejecting the media that's allowed it to happen. And this is my complaint about the Republican Party as a controlled opposition. This just didn't come out of nowhere. This has been building for years. People have to face a very unpleasant reality here about what the future of America is. And I could actually call them Marxist jihadists because I think they're more communist. They're not really communists. They're oligarchs and backed by oligarchs. So they have no interest in the communist theory of spreading the wealth around to everybody. That's not what they are. They're Marxist jihadists, or you can call them communists. But it's been brewing for many years. Right now, every major city, virtually every major city in the United States, is controlled by left-wingers that hate America and, more importantly, hate American citizens. Hence, you get 40% of New York City, of the 8.3 million people, 3.5 million are foreign-born. You have right now, Mandami and his ilk are equivalent to the 21st century John C. Calhoun. As you remember, Calhoun was one of the biggest drivers of the nullification project back in the 19th century. He was stared down first by Andrew Jackson, but eventually his theory of the case, won out, and you had a civil war, the most brutal war America's ever fought. You're heading to that now, in all of the major cities. When I say Chicago, New York City, Boston, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Denver. We do not have the execution of federal law about the basics of our immigration program. Forget mass deportations. So they control the cities, and they're continuing on this policy of sanctuary cities and other nullification of federal law. So mass deportations. Remember, we have 20 million illegal aliens here from an organized program under the Biden regime. This was the purpose: to flood the zone with illegal aliens to break the back of the American working class, and particularly the African American and Hispanic working class. That is, quite frankly, quite conservative on their social structures, was to break their back and to drive down wages and to use these immigration laws to flood the zone with STEM workers and put American kids out of work and to cause chaos and anarchy. And that's what they're doing. They're crushing the economy of individual American citizens. And these people are radicals. Just look at Mandami. He doesn't make any. He's right below the surface of the smiling TikTok videos and skipping around, in these food stores and grocery stores and around New York City, dancing and telling everybody it's going to be great. You have hardcore Marxist jihadists. You have essentially the Bolsheviks. Now, people can criticize that, but that's a fact. And these people are relentless. You see it spreading. The reason we took the show to Texas, it's all over Texas. The DSA and the Working Family Party, and they've copied the playbook of MAGA. They understand it's about engagement. It's not about money. It's about door-to-door. It's about canvassing. It's about making their case and getting people to the polls and cheating and stealing if they have to, with funny voter rolls, et cetera. And I strongly recommend to the president and people around him, we got to confront this. We got to lance the boil of the voter fraud. And I think you're going to see some developments that come very shortly that the president's taking that very seriously. People around him are taking it very seriously. So right now, I think this country is in a crisis, and you see it building every day. And our problems are not from downtown Tehran. I've said this forever. Our problems are in downtown Manhattan. Okay, we have problems in the United States in these big cities that are just metastasizing. And you can't, if you look away like the Republican Party wants to do, you're going to lose your country. If you take your focus and spend hundreds of billions of dollars fighting wars for these oil monarchies and Israel in the Middle East, you're going to lose your country. So it's very clear. We're coming to a crossroads. We're either going to fight the war here and save our country, or we're going to spread ourselves overseas in more forever wars, and we're going to lose our country. So I think it'll be pretty evident to many people that we got a fight on our hands here, and this is where our focus should be.
All right, Steve, final thing, and we got to go. How do we win the midterms? Is there a chance we can turn the corner and save that? I'm confident we're going to keep the Senate. How do we win the House?
Yeah, I think with Maine, I think it's the key to the Senate. But I think the House comes down to, if you believe the Cook report, we're at around 210, 212, all because of the 10 were saved by the redistricting effort of Alex DeGrasse and others in the grassroots effort, the War and Posse and the MAGA base that fought in Texas and Florida, other places, to get these magnificent redistricting that are fair. So those 10 net seats could possibly save us. I mean, I think we could hold serve in the House, potentially, at 218 or 219 if we maniacally focus on these 18 seats that are in play. You pick 9 or 10 of them, and if you win 2/3 of those, you could hold the House. I think the House could actually be held if you go to, if you man the ramparts now in those districts, you start canvassing, you get out the vote, you do it. What we have to do is get the enthusiasm up. People have to say, hey, I see a program, particularly to combat this Marxist jihadist effort in the United States. We're not going to lose our country, and we do it. And we lose it now. I think the Senate's a totally different animal, and there I think it's a total crapshoot. But Plattner imploding in Maine is a huge win for us, and having Maine back in our column, which is not guaranteed because we're still running tie with all these new candidates, is essential for them. If they don't take Maine, I think it's very hard for them to take the Senate.
Is President Trump going to get rid of home rule in Washington, D.C.?
I think President Trump's going to be forced to, because I just talked about Marxist jihadists. The most radical of all these is this woman running for the Democratic primary.
Denise Lewis George. She's to the left of Mandami. She's nuts.
She is to the left of Mandami. She wears it on her sleeve. I think the president who's done so much. I had people up in D.C. over the weekend from out of town, and they were so amazed about what he's done with the beautification and the fountains working and the statues being redone and the safety that it's just he's done such a magnificent job in D.C. I don't see him turning it over to someone that's more radical, that makes Mandami look like the head of the Lions Club. I don't see that happening. And I think President Trump will step in and say, we're not going to allow some Marxist jihadists and a bunch of radicals around her to basically steal the imperial capital. I don't think that's going to happen. I think President Trump will step in on home rule and turn it back over. And John, you know this better than anybody since you're the head of a ward, how D.C. is right on the precipice. If it goes back to being controlled by people like her, then D.C.'s finished.
I'm with you on it. I think he gets rid of it, and I think he gets rid of it after she wins the election and before the new Congress. I think it's going to be in December, and I think he's got the votes to do that. It's going to be interesting. Steve Bannon, I want to thank you for being with us. Steve Bannon, 10 to noon, War Room Live. He's not a podcast. Stop saying that. Pisses me off. And let's get right to Julio Gonzalez. We're going to have no break. Go right to my friend Julio of Engineer Tech Services. Julio, looking good. Sorry for your delay, but I was really excited about getting you on. I went to Fran. I'm like, I got to get Julio on because you really have embraced Trump accounts in your firm, and you understand. I mean, to take $1,000 right now of free money, put in an account for a newborn, just got to have a Social Security number, and then somebody had written me and said they did this analysis. If the parents or the grandparents or somebody, if you put in $20 a month over 18 years, like it would be like $1 million or something, some enormous amount of money to stake yourself. And not only that, but buy in, be a stakeholder in the American dream. And then Engineer Tech Services says, we're going to do you one better. Explain that, Julio Gonzalez.
Yeah, well, we're going to match for our employees. I mean, John, this is so incredible, right? I mean, to start financial literacy at day one, no one had, not many people in our country had access to anything like this. And so we started, I mean, John, this is one thing, it's bipartisan all the way, right? No one's arguing with this benefit. I mean, this has been tremendous for our country. And this is one of the things we have to highlight when it comes to midterms, some of the great things that we've accomplished. But creating financial literacy, giving people a start from day one, and now giving them a QR code so when they go to birthday parties, instead of getting the stuffed animals and all these little gadgets, hey, QR me and put some more money into my account. And you're right, could get over to $1 million by the year 18. That's incredible.
I mean, it's just, and the thing that I love about the Trump accounts is that no matter what your economic situation is, you become a stakeholder in the American dream, right? Which I think is beautiful. And I was disgusted that Benny Thompson, Congressman, Mississippi Delta, represents, Julio, the poorest district in America. My son, Jack, my older son, taught there for a 5-year period, coached basketball and taught there in one of the high schools. It was the poorest area. They have no money. And he told his constituents not to take the $1,000 because it's got Trump name on it, and he advised them not to take it. What a jackass!
Well, that's just an idiot, right? No one's going to take that advice. Everyone's going to take the $1,000 and start off right. I mean, you know what's great about this, John? Like growing up in South Florida, Hispanic immigrants, like we put everything under our mattresses. Right? We were so afraid to put money into a bank. We didn't know about compounded interest, right? We didn't know the benefits of financial literacy and having access to equity and markets. Like, John, this is unprecedented. And gosh, I mean, what an accomplishment. So now that everyone that comes here to the country can live the American dream and start it from day one and be invested in our country, that's big. That's better than under the mattress, under our plants, in our sand. Like that's where it was at our house, and it was all over. It didn't compound any interest, and my goodness, what a start to a great life.
Yeah, you kept it in a jar, or you kept it in a hat bin case. People were afraid of banks and afraid of coming out of some of the situations they were in. But then you made a decision that in your own company, that for all your employees, you were gonna match that, right?
Yeah, I mean, John, the best investment we can make is our employees. I love all of them. They're like my children. I mean, gosh, I just love everything about all my people. And to match this, to get behind this, like we want to support something that makes so much sense, and to, chip in and help their kids live that American dream. I'm all for that. And I hope a lot of other companies are, John. I hope a lot of people are listening. Probably a lot of companies don't even know, John. There's so many lack of awareness about this benefit, but let's let the companies become aware. I think it's a great thing.
I think all companies should match it. And then you got 2,000. I know that, a couple entrepreneurs like the Dell family, et cetera, stepped up with a lot of money in order to match some of it. But just so everybody knows, if you have a child that you give birth to that is born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2027, under the One Big Beautiful Bill, they'll get $1,000. All you got to do is open up the account, get them a Social Security number or her, open up the account, put $1,000 in. It's tax-free. The $1,000 comes from the federal government. You don't have to do anything. And then as you put money in, you can put $10 or $5 a month, whatever you have. You just put money in there. Grandma can do it. Auntie can do it. Uncle can do it. Friend, like you said, QR code at a birthday party. And then it's all tax-free. And then you can get out at 18 for tax-free for college, trade school, buying a home, or starting a business. Those four you get it tax-free. So it's incentive for people at 18 to take it out for the right reasons and invest in themselves.
There's no investment like it. I mean, any of the savings we do for our company, our employees, our families, 401s, all that, at least, eventually it's taxed, John. So what a great thought here. So that if you invest in yourself, you get it tax-free. I mean, that's a massive savings, and what a great thing that's. I mean, like I said, everyone can agree on this one, John. I mean, there's like, so I guess except for that one gentleman, right, that doesn't agree, doesn't want his citizens
Benny
to take the
Thompson,
money.
what an idiot. I mean, it's just so nasty to say, look, don't take advantage of this because I don't want to help President Trump in the midterms. I mean, that's just incredible. What a lousy. If I'm going to talk to Ann about matching it for our employees, because I've only got one that's trying to have a baby, so that we have minimal.
Tell me to hurry. Listen, and we improved the child tax credit too in the big beautiful bill, right? So between that and these accounts, we're doing a lot better for these
the other
children.
thing is, let's get a lot of people. We had a record number of people filing extensions with their taxes that are now due in September. And if you filed an extension, and that means your taxes are still not done, how can you help people that have done that?
Yeah, I think, listen, let's take a look at what you're doing. I think so many people take this, tax return and do it reactive, John. And I think everything we have to do is proactive. We have to be proactive with our wealth, with our health, right? We can't wait to be reactive. And now that we're in a kind of a reactive mode, right? So now it's past the filing deadlines. We extended those, but there's not a lot we can do, but we can still do a few things before we file that tax return to lower that tax liability. We can still put money into retirement, into our education, into our health. So listen, it's better to trade those dollars for money going to the IRS. Let's put it into ourselves, and we can still do that and lower these tax liabilities. And listen, they can always have us review that. We're our tax strategists. We're going to work with their accountant. We don't file the tax returns. We only come in to work with them, their accounting firm, their financial people, and say, hey, can we do better, right? Because I'm going to say this, John, most accounting firms, maybe they're just a little bit better than H&R Block. You know this, right? It's tough, right? We have all this new tax code. We have all these new provisions, especially from 2025. But let us take a look at where you stand. Let us find ways to enhance it. And what does it hurt, John?
Listen, Ann and I did it. You saved us thousands of dollars. It costs nothing to do it. Who is the executive in your company that signed to me?
Sammy. Yeah, you work
Sammy.
with Sammy.
I'm going to call Sammy again because we already filed our taxes with you guys' advice, but I got a couple of questions coming up. Very interesting in Washington, D.C., where we live. The one big beautiful bill, the council tried to kick it out. The Congress put it back in along partisan lines. And then the Attorney General put a lawsuit and said, well, the Senate was like 6 hours behind the deadline in voting for it. And so he's trying to strip it away. But if you're in D.C., we filed an extension. But now, like September's coming up, and that hasn't been ruled on. So you can't pay a tax that's not there. So, we're just going by the federal law. But then there's other things. So look, just before September, all I ask is this. Check these guys out. Before you file your final taxes, send it to Julio. If you've done an extension, whether it's state, local, federal, whatever it is, send it to his company. Let him take a look at it. Maybe they'll say everything is fine. 99%, they're going to find you something like they did us that you're going to be able to save before you then file your extension taxes in September. And people want to do that. All you have to go, Julio, is where? Engineer Tax Services, right? That's it.
Yeah, Engineer Tax Services. And, like I always say, text the letters ETS to 26786. John, we're also not only going to look at the tax returns, right, and see, hey, can we do better? Maybe are there refunds due from previous years? Let's take a look at that. And let's look at the tax returns and see, did you miss any grants? Are you available for any government contracts? These are the capital sources for all our citizens, right? It's paying less in taxes through tax optimization, taking advantage of grants that no one applies for, maybe getting some government contracts. These are great sources of, free capital in our country, affordable to everyone. We know Elon Musk was the best at it, right? He took advantage.
Oh, he took advantage of all of it. That's one of the reasons he got the seed money to build his company. You want to text right now. Take it 3 seconds. Text the letters ETS, Engineer Tax Services, to the number 26786. ETS at 26786. Julio and his guys are going to get back to you. I got Sammy. He's a gem. In fact, I got to reach out to him again now because I got some other stuff going on I want to get his opinion on. And here's the thing: costs you nothing, zero. When I say zero, it's zero. It doesn't cost you anything. All they do, if they save you money and it's verifiable, you take advantage of it. Then they simply take 5 to 10% of that. That's it. It's like the Trump accounts. You get $1,000 for nothing, right? Get their advice. They're going to look it over. The other thing that Sammy did, and I want to tell everybody this, not only did he save us money, but he educated us. That's the thing. He took the time to walk us through, here are the things. Then he told us about what we could do next year in order to take advantage of some things. That's the benefit you're going to get with engineered tax services. Not only the taxes you're working on now, but they're going to have a convo. They're going to educate you and say, hey, next year, he said, if you do these 3 things, you're going to have a bigger benefit coming up. And then it was like, hey, that makes sense. So now we're doing them. So we'll have bigger tax savings for the next time. That's one of the benefits of engineered tax services. And you got great people.
Oh, I appreciate it. We really want to help all the U.S. citizens with tax equality and grant equality. That's our mission. It's been our mission for 25 years. And every day, John, we have stories of a plumber, a contractor who we helped save a little bit of money, got a grant, and, it was so meaningful to them and their families.
Julio Gonzalez, I want to thank you for your time today. Thank you for all you do. Tell Sammy I'm going to give him a buzz, and just text the letters ETS to, what was that, Dan? Put that up again, Dan, so I can see it. 26786, ETS 26786. I'll get back to you immediately. Julio, thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being a great partner of our show, and better than that, a great friend. Thank you.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Julio,
Bye.
Great guy. Love what he's doing. Tax literacy for MAGA. Ann said to me the other day, just enough about taxes to be dangerous. I don't know what that means, but I don't think that was a compliment. But see, I love talking to Sammy, and I go back to Ann and say, Sammy said this, and she's like, what? I'll call him. So, stay in my lane, right? Stay in the lane. Okay, when we get back, Pennsylvania Posse's coming up, and we've got Dan Muser's going to be with us. Congressman Dan Muser's going to be with us at the 9 o'clock hour, 9:30 hour. Treasurer, candidate, governor, Pennsylvania, Stacey Garrity, and the Pennsylvania Posse is next. Keep it right here on the John Fredericks Media Network.
WJFN, Goochland, Bon Air, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The preliminary findings regarding South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham's death have been released by the medical examiner of D.C. Ken Lorman reports.
Senator Graham died after a rupture in his aorta, according to a preliminary medical examiner finding shared by his office. The rupture was related to the hardening of Graham's arteries. An official cause of death will be disclosed after toxicological and microscopic testing.
Graham, one of President Trump's closest allies in Congress, and traveled the globe to advocate for a more aggressive U.S. foreign policy. Graham, a former Air Force lawyer who served in Congress for more than 3 decades, had just turned 71, just 2 days before dying on Saturday. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Lindsey Graham was a true friend.
I think America has lost a great patriot. Israel has lost one of the great champions of the American-Israeli alliance. And frankly, I've lost a beloved friend who I've had for many decades. There's just no one like him.
Netanyahu appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. President Trump says he's ordered the U.S. military to destroy Iran if he were to be assassinated. His aim is to deter Tehran with threats of overwhelming retaliation should it try to make good on threats to kill him. Ukrainian President Zelensky in Paris for talks with European leaders about further support against Russia's invasion. The war now in its fifth year. European foreign ministers are also meeting in Brussels to discuss Ukraine's needs. Kyiv and its Western allies want to capitalize on Ukraine's recent successes to push Russia into negotiations. Ukraine's advances in drone technology have slowed Russian progress. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Dozens of buildings tested positive for Legionnaire's disease. It comes amid an outbreak in New York City. Correspondent Julie Walker takes a look now at the latest situation and what authorities are doing about it.
The Guggenheim Museum in New York City was among at least 31 buildings on Manhattan's Upper East Side testing positive for the bacteria that causes Legionnaire's disease in this latest outbreak. The City Health Department on Friday releasing that list, ordering those buildings to clean and disinfect their cooling towers. More than 45 people have been sickened in the latest outbreak, but none have died. 7 people died during an outbreak last year. The health department says Legionnaire's is not transmitted person to person. People often contract it by breathing in tiny droplets of contaminated water. Julie Walker, New York.
News and analysis at townhall.com. A huge fire tore through a music bar in Bangkok overnight, killing at least 27 and leaving 25 hospitalized in critical condition in the Thai capital's most deadly blaze in 17 years. A royal reunion between England's king and his youngest son.
King Charles hosted his son, Prince Harry, and met with his family for the first time in years. There has been a royal rift since the king's youngest son and wife, Meghan, quit royal life and moved to California 6 years ago. Harry, Meghan, Prince Archie, and Princess Lilibet got together with the king and Queen Camilla at Highgrove House, a country estate outside London. Harry is in Britain for a number of charity events, including the Invictus Games.
The Invictus has never just been about belonging to a team. It's about belonging to each other. We are a family, one that I am so proud and so honored to be a part of.
I'm Ed Donahue.
More of these stories at townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message. Because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Folks, this is Crime Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. It's amazing how many of us choose to go about our daily life without recognizing others who cross our paths each day. Take, for example, your morning walk, run, or workout at the gym. As we encounter others, often we don't make eye contact, let alone smile or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man with whom you can talk about playoffs, John Fredericks.
Great to have you back in the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps and our TV show. Go to jfmn.tv. Got a new TV app coming out pretty soon. Just because we got so many of these good-looking guys on, I figure we better have a TV app. Don't want to waste their great imaging. Joining us now for Pennsylvania Posse, coming up in a few minutes, Congressman Dan Muser is going to be with us, waiting for him to join us. In the meantime, our panelist, Michael Barley, don't forget Mike Barley, longtime Republican consultant in Pennsylvania. Dan Muser now here as well. Congressman, let's bring in the congressman from Pennsylvania. And Senator Jared Coleman is with us. Jared, thanks for being with us too. So we got Jared Coleman, we got Mike Barley, we got Congressman Dan Muser. Great to have you guys. Pennsylvania right in the middle of everything. Hey, let's start with the Pennsylvania State Fair winning the best stuff. Now, of course, I was there, and I took a picture. This is like, I don't know when it was there. I did Thursday or something. We sent it to Dave and right in front of the Liberty Bell. Now, we went to all of them, except there was a couple of them that were really lame that we were in and out in 2 seconds. But we thought that Pennsylvania was the best one there. And then much to our delight, it actually won the best of the state fair, told all the history and had the Liberty Bell there. We got our picture taken in front of it. But just to think, Dan, let's start with Congressman Dan Muser. Just to think your governor, like, wouldn't even have, he didn't want to go. And then you guys end up winning. And if anybody that didn't go to the state fair, like, we did, I think we went 3 times. It was gorgeous. I mean, it was so much fun, and it was so meticulously done. The grounds were beautiful. The only thing I want to say, Dan and Jared and Mike, is the lines for Florida were like 200 yards. Pennsylvania is a little bit of line, but Florida was like, I couldn't figure out why everybody wanted to go to Florida. I think they were giving something away. But anyway, could you imagine your governor didn't even want to go? Dan Muser, like, what was that about?
Yeah. Well, I think those Floridians thought they were coming north to cool down a little bit. And of course, it was a little warm there, but that didn't stop America from showing up for America 250. Our illustrious governor from showing up. I mean, I never saw such a bad judgment call. He just has bad judgment. He's got a great political machine, he meaning, Josh Shapiro. But that's all he focuses on. He's a terrible governor. Can't manage anything well. His plan for and vision for our state is to get stuff done. Of course, he when he's shown he's a tough guy or a regular guy. But the idea that he politicized this to say, this is about President Trump, when meanwhile, once again, they were accusing us of what they were completely guilty of. The only one politicizing this was Josh Shapiro, and much to his demise in the end. We've seen how Dave McCormick and Jetterman, but I'll tell you what, on that I started hearing about this, I had my staff go over there the Saturday before and take pictures. I said, I'm here and our booth is empty. And they send me back pictures. And I was at some event here in my district. And I said, oh my God, we got to change that in a hurry. So we all got together. Stacey Garrity called me that afternoon as well and said, I'm going down with GT on Monday. And I said, well, I can't go Monday, but I'm going to be there Tuesday. And then I was there Wednesday. I was there because we were in session. But it was fantastic. It was America showing up. And, one thing Shapiro did give us, he gave us a lot of press and notoriety. So every single vendor, John, that we called, Shapiro said how vendors didn't want to show up. Okay. Every single vendor said yes. I mean, Knoebels, for instance, packed a truck loaded with some of their things to show. I mean, those vintage flags, all the great history of where America started. I'm going to add this, though. There was one company that said no. And they were asked 3 times by my staff and others. 3 times they were asked, maybe 4, and they said no. And that was Hershey Chocolate. Just so we're aware, it was Hershey Chocolate, said no. They said their chocolate would melt. Okay, I never heard such a lame excuse. But they turned their back on the Great American State Fair. Asher's Chocolate showed up, and as did others. We have a lot of great chocolate in Pennsylvania. We're going to start eating that in my office a lot more.
I don't know why Hershey didn't show up. And all they had to do, if it was warm there, is put a little cooler in, a little ice thing that like people had other states had water in the cooler.
John,
Just put a little cooler in.
Kid with a lemonade stand could figure that out. Okay,
I mean, it was just ridiculous.
Because they were trying to abide by Josh Shapiro's.
Yeah, they were just afraid of the governor. I mean, when you think of Pennsylvania chocolate, you think of Hershey and the big thing you have there and the amusement park and everything else. So for them not to show up is shameful.
Right. Yeah, well, maybe we shouldn't think of that as Pennsylvania chocolate. Maybe something else is going on there. I mean, people are telling me that they were worried about what Shapiro would do to them if they showed up. That's what some people are saying. And there was a back and forth. The insider scoop on that is that they were scared Shapiro would come after them, be upset if they showed up. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they sell chocolate south of West Virginia. Maybe they don't, but I'm pretty sure the chocolate goes further south. So that's kind of I don't think people are buying that. Pennsylvanians have a good nose for BS, and I think they know what that sounds like to them. But hey, what a great story. See, when Josh Shapiro just removes himself from the picture, Pennsylvania is number one. So
I mean that really is the story. That's why I wanted to lead with that today.
Let us do the work. Let us do the work.
Exactly. He's not there, and all the vendors except one went for it. And you guys had one of the things you guys had there was all the different. I guess I didn't know you guys were like the chip snack company of the globe. I had no idea.
Right.
And I lived there, and
a few chip potato chips, a couple right in my district. So we had all kinds of goodies, and they were being handed out to the people that were online. People loved it. I mean, they were in our pavilion, they call it, not a booth, and they just couldn't believe the history. And they were like, "Wow, it's just fun in here. It's a story, this is the best, right from the ground up American booth," and it was. That's why it got number one.
Well, that's because you told the story, because you had the Liberty Bell in the middle. I mean, it was the best one for me. I would say that I think South Dakota was number two in my judgment, but you guys were number one because you walked in there, and of course you're online, so you get snacks. So that's good, right? Put you in a good mood. Of course, obviously I'm a big guy, so I don't have any aversion, as Mike Barley knows, to the adult utensil. So they're handing out snacks because I'm eating them while waiting in line. And then you go in there, and then they have each poster tells a story of the revolution and how it came to be, and everybody that was there. So as you go around the panorama, it tells a story from one to the other. So it was progressive. And then you had the Liberty Bell right in the middle, and then even the people that were at the booth, your staff there was very enthusiastic. So that made it a very festive. It was a very festive atmosphere, and I think that's what made it win. Coupled with the fact you got the entire history.
It was great. The whole thing was great. It was a great idea in the first place. And look, this is all about America. It wasn't about a political party. But of course, our colleagues to the left, it's 100% politics. It's not, 90% politics and 10% governing. It's 100% politics. Winning is the only thing. No honor, no best policy, no results. Those don't matter. What matters is control. And hopefully that's proven at the polls that they know we're in this for to do the right thing, and they're in it to do the left thing.
Dan, tell us about there's a big event. I'm going to it in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, Tuesday, Wednesday. President Trump's going to be there Wednesday. Senator McCormick is putting it on, and it's featuring. It's at the War College in Carlisle. Mm-hmm. And it's featuring Pennsylvania energy and defense kind of combined into one, and how that's dovetailed each other. Tell us a little about why Dave is doing that, and what a big deal it is, because the president's coming there on Wednesday.
Well, I hand it certainly to Dave McCormick. You know, I talk to him regularly. He put together last year an energy summit out in Pittsburgh, which brought in all kinds of the top energy investment companies and organizations and businesses, and brought in as well commitments of somewhere in the neighborhood, if I remember correctly, $14-15 billion of new investment in the Commonwealth. So he's doing this as a defense summit. We have many defense contractors, of course, throughout Pennsylvania. I mean, many, from helicopters to airplanes to Boeing to the Black Hawks are made in Pennsylvania, and the list just goes on across the state. And so he's bringing in all the real hitters. I mean, he's got Kane coming in, Dan Kane, Raising Kane, the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, of course, the President of the United States, the Commander in Chief, the Secretary of the Army. I know John Ratcliffe is coming in, our CIA director. Then he's got the big banks coming in, Jamie Dimon. He's hosting an event where he and Jamie Dimon are going to be doing a sort of fireside chat. I think that's on Wednesday. We are in session, meaning the House. So I got to find a way to, I'm heading to D.C. in just a couple of minutes here and then get back I have to make it at one point, but I think I'm going to go there Wednesday. And who knows, if I get lucky enough, I can get a ride from our great president. But unfortunately, I'm missing out on some of it because we do have votes and we got some other commitments. But Scott Perry, who's a one-star general himself, and that's within his district, being at the War College, he's going to be in attendance. So it's really going to be spectacular. Anybody that can go ought to absolutely attend.
So, Congressman Dan, usually with us, Dan, we're going to be there, Republican, obviously. We're going to be there live Tuesday and Wednesday. So even if you can't make it Tuesday, we'll get with your staff and maybe you can do a cameo while we break in live across our network so that you can be a part of that. It's going to be fun. I mean, I love what he's doing because you got to bring attention to Pennsylvania. Let's get to Mike Barley here. Mike, on what this is the second one of these that McCormick's put on. It's a big deal. How does this affect the Pennsylvania economically? How does this impact them in your judgment, Mike?
Well, anytime we can highlight Pennsylvania companies, and again, I think what Senator McCormick's doing is incredibly helpful, whether it's energy or defense spending or any of the different industries that we have, and obviously having folks like the congressman there, and anytime you get the president to show up, you're doing something right. So I think it's a huge benefit, as the congressman said. I mean, defense contractors and the suppliers, they have a long history, and they're in Pennsylvania, and there's a bunch of them. It wasn't too long ago that Congressman John Murtha had Johnstown as one of the hubs of defense contracting. So, but having that there, even though some of those folks have gone away, there's still a ton of folks in Pennsylvania, and I think this is going to be a great chance to highlight them. Obviously, I think we all would rather us not have to use that stuff, but we want to make sure we have plenty of that supply so we can lead with strength. And Pennsylvania's always been at the forefront of that.
Let's get to Jared Coleman here, Senator. A lot of the things that go on in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, because he's not going to be there, that's why I wouldn't go to the fair. It's almost like his candidacy for president is running counter to the state's, to the Commonwealth's best interest. And, we're just seeing that from afar. How does that affect you guys inside the State House?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be clear, Josh Shapiro is never going to be president. But to continue down this thought that somehow he would be, the best example of how Josh Shapiro puts, maybe one of the most recent examples about how Josh Shapiro puts other people's interest in front of Pennsylvanians would be our rate caps for our capacity pricing for the grid, the PJM grid, right? So Josh Shapiro made it a big press statement, made it a big part of his social media and his policy to go out there and tell everyone that he was going to put price caps on what, the electricity could cost it for a rough explanation. And he called that a price cap. The only problem was that the price that it was above what Pennsylvania was already paying. And so the problem was it was actually lower for all the surrounding states, the states that he needs to be to run for president. So in other words, he actually tried to campaign that he was keeping a cap on our electricity. What he was is he pushed our rates up and brought down all the surrounding states down. So that's a great example of, once again, him, putting Pennsylvanians in the back seat and just trying to do what's best for him, which is really, really unfortunate. I'm happy to see that the president will be here again. He's 2 for 2, once last month already, I think twice last month, and now he's here again this month. So that's great. So we got August, September, October. We need him here every month, every time we can get him here and get a smiling face out in front of people, because he connects with a lot of folks. Look at his approval ratings are going right back up. In fact, I see him only 6 points behind Josh Shapiro in certain districts around the Commonwealth, which is, remember, everyone was saying he was in the toilet. Now things are turning around, and Josh is declining pretty heavily as Stacey's coming up. So
Dan, why is he Congressman Dan Buser with us represents Republican, represents District 9 in the House. Why is Trump all of a sudden his approval ratings in Pennsylvania going up? Kind of a surprise, because you look at all the big polls out there, they're down, but now all of a sudden he's moving up in Pennsylvania. Dan, why is that?
Yeah, John. Well, first off, because the media is just, most of it is fake news, as the president portrays, right? I mean, you talk to most small businesses, you look at surveys, you look at the data. Most small businesses are doing very well. Most businesses are doing very well from a profitability standpoint and a growth standpoint. There are some sectors, I say that, and somebody's going to call me and say, "Yeah, I'm not doing well." I get it. So we're working on strengthening our economy for the short term and the long term. Wages are going up versus inflation. Look, affordability is still an issue. We're going to deal with that. And of course, people got to remember that costs went up 20%, actually 22% during the course of the Biden administration. 9% inflation we had. Right now, our core inflation is 2.9. So not where we want it to be, but we're going to get through that via growth and by winding down, ending the military conflict in Iran. And look, I mean, that was controversial. It is controversial. Some Republicans say, "Hey, I didn't vote for this." But you know what? The president just sees, and I have the benefit of being with him relatively often, particularly lately, and he sees a lot of wrongs that exist. And he knows he's got 4 years. He doesn't want to pass along a problem and do nothing about it. He wants to do everything he possibly can to correct problems and not pass it along to the next administration. And Iran is a very big problem for the world. I mean, they are the center of terrorism. Every time there's a terrorist act, it's funded, facilitated, or managed or planned by Iran. It's insane. And they've killed thousands of Americans. We forget this. They planned the Hamas raid on not just on Israel. 27 Americans died that day too, were massacred. Not just died, massacred. And Iran knew what they were doing, and they knew what was the retribution that was going to be on Gaza. They are the worst cancer you could have, and the president's going to correct that. We have a managed situation right now. Gasoline, gas at the pump price is what everybody brings up. It's a problem. Let's face it. That affects fertilizer. It affects food costs, but it also affects the consistency and predictability of what tomorrow will bring. And that's the thing that I've actually had a conversation with the president on. That's why, any tariffs and everything got to be brought down and managed in the best way possible for the long term. At this point, we need predictability in the in pricing in the market. We do that, then businesses will take the risk of that's where capitalism comes into play, the competitive marketplace. That's when prices will really start falling. And I think that's already happening. So wages are exceeding inflation. That's a good thing. The tax breaks, I mean, from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for 88%, all these things have kicked in. So people have more money in their pocket. And these are the reasons that the president's approval rating, they're not listening to the media. They're seeing what they can buy and what their lifestyle is. And they like what the president has to say in a common sense way. And let's face it, the left is helping the normal American because of their extremism. I mean, beyond what any of us could actually imagine. I mean, you got self-proclaimed communists being elected that will be members of the U.S. House. God forbid they fall into the majority, because they do. Hakeem Jeffries is going to have to follow their lead, because they're only going to have about a 3, 4, 5, 6 if they were terribly to win. I don't think they will. By the way, I think we're going to hold our own. But I think these are the reasons. They see where the left has gone, and let's face it, we just got to call it the Trump derangement syndrome party, or the extreme left, or socialist Democrats, or I don't know what the right term. One state party, advocates, because they're not Democrats anymore. I was at a couple of fairs this weekend. I was at the rally at the Rock. I had a big thing for Stacey Garrity on Friday. People of higher incomes, mid incomes, low incomes are wondering what. How many people told me this weekend they're former Democrats, and there's no way they identify with this current Democrat Party. So I think it's for those reasons. They know the sincerity of the president. They know the direction is a fight. He's a disruptor, but he's a constructive disruptor. That's a big difference from where Obama and Biden. Well, Biden, of course, did nothing, but where the left had been in the past. They're destructive disruptors. We are constructive disruptors, and you know what? We're only halfway through. We got a lot more to do.
And John, Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvanians are smart, right? Like that's the thing. They see the president fighting Iran, and then they see their governor fighting our own president. I mean, how many millions of dollars has he wasted fighting our own government? Mm-hmm. I just don't think that works with people. They know that the person that could have addressed when gas prices were high, if we really had a leader in the governor's office, he could have acted on my legislation to reduce the gas tax, and he didn't. Why? Because that pain at the pump was good for him. He benefited off the pain of Pennsylvanians. He could take action, and he won't. So I mean, people see right through that, and thank God we have a president that's actually standing up for something.
Right on, Jared. So true. They're willing to let the economy be a burden to some, even with healthcare costs. They refuse to negotiate us with healthcare costs, so they can point to healthcare insurance premiums and say, "Look what they did in order to win the midterms." That's just sinister.
It's gross. Then complaining about what's happening at the federal level, yet we have state Senate candidates who now want to propose a wealth tax to tax their HSAs even further. I mean, you just can't even make this stuff up. So.
I mean, it never ends. Let's bring in Stacey Garrity, State Treasurer of Pennsylvania, Republican candidate for governor in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Dan Muser with us. Dan was just at an event with her on the Rock, Republican District 9 in Pennsylvania. Also with us, Mike Barley, longtime GOP consultant and operative in Pennsylvania, and State Senator Jared Coleman is with us too, Pennsylvania District. Jared, 19, if memory serves me. Am I close?
16.
16.
Lehigh.
All right, well, I had 1 and then 9 reversed. Okay, 16. I got to get that right. Sweet 16 for Jared Coleman. Stacey Garrity with us. Stacey, you're with our panel. I'm going to start with Mike. The budget just came out. You guys on the text chain blasted it. I think it was Jared Coleman called it like a clown show. And then Barley called it a scam. What's the deal with this budget? And then we'll get to Stacey and Dan.
I think when you look at the state budget, it's always I'll acknowledge the difficulty of trying to get something done with varied parties of both, in a bipartisan way. However, I think honesty is the most important part. And the issue you have is they weren't honest with the budget number. They were trying to shield how much this spent. It spent more than what they advertised, because it hides the fact that they are taking the Medicaid spending off the books. And so that's the issue. And I think when we were talking about all this, I think the public wants transparency, they want honesty, they want strong leadership. And that's why President Trump's winning. That's why he's moving up, because he's being honest with people about the problems we face. In this budget, I don't believe there was an honest take. I think that we're spending less, but the reality is we're spending far more than we should be. We're going to have a bigger deficit coming up. And And that's the disappointing part. And look, it's also why I think there needs to be strong leadership in the state house. There needs to be someone who can take all these problems and address them honestly with people and make some tough decisions. There hasn't been tough decisions made in Harrisburg in a very long time.
Yeah, and Mike, I think that's accurate. John, first of all, we need the president to send in his negotiation trainers to Pennsylvania so we can get some of his negotiation tactics, because this was just a dishonest budget, and that's the problem. We need to have an honest discussion with Pennsylvania about where we're at with our money. In an effort to make it seem like we weren't dipping into our rainy day fund, we essentially said, folks, we're going to save money this year by not paying our bills on time. That's not okay. And essentially, we took 2 months of those payments, pushed them off to next year, and said, look, we're not dipping into the rainy day fund. Folks, we don't have the money. And we're not here. We didn't just end up here by accident. We're here from past budgets that have pushed us here. But that's the reality. We have to have an honest conversation with folks. We don't have a revenue problem. We have, $48 billion in revenue. We have a spending problem in the state. And so the honest discussion with folks is, we've gotten ourselves here because folks have continued to push along these bloated budgets without having an honest conversation. Now we're at the point where, in order to keep our obligations, we have to pay our bills. We need to dip into our savings accounts to pay for it. And that would be unpopular. So what happened was folks wanted to say we didn't do this, because that was the only win, John. That was the only win here, really. What was to say that we didn't dip into the savings account? It's just dishonest, John. And if we do the same thing as the Democrats, if we're doing the same thing, then there is no point in us even showing up anymore, because the voters will be upset. They aren't going to be engaged. Why even vote for us if we're doing exactly what the other side was doing? That's disappointing. The other thing was the education spending, John. We spend so much money on public education, and the results continue to get worse in Pennsylvania. I got to tell you, in Lehigh and Bucks County, in my districts, for example, Allentown School District over the past 10 years has gotten $100 million in additional state funding. John, every year the performance gets worse. It gets worse, John. This year in Allentown School District, and then I have surrounding school districts like Parkland, Quakertown, Penridge, Northwestern, East Penn, Southern Lehigh, who are doing great jobs. Well, Parkland School District, for example, is a really great performance. Allentown School District got almost 100 times the amount of funding. And what's happening in those other surrounding school districts that are doing well? Those taxpayers, their taxes are going up. And the state is now diverting more of their tax resources to schools that are, quite frankly, failing the students and failing Pennsylvanians. Like, that's why the school choice movement is so huge, because Democrats now are keeping children in failing schools. And if we need to have a bright future, the kids need to be able to go to schools that best fit their needs. Now, I tried to bring this up on the Senate floor yesterday. I talked about that education funding, and the Democrats shut me down. They actually tried to prevent me from speaking. We had to have a vote to let me keep talking about this, because they didn't want me to mention the fact that we continually throw more and more money in public education, and we don't insist that the outcome improve.
Well, Senator, let's bring in the state treasurer that's running for governor on the Republican side, who can solve all this. Stacey Garrity. Stacey, thanks for joining our Pennsylvania Posse panel here. Candidate for governor. I know Dan was with you over the weekend, Congressman Dan Muser. What did you think of what Jared Coleman just said? You're the treasurer. Is this budget a scam or what?
Yeah, unfortunately it is. Well, I'm happy they didn't dip into the rainy day fund. They're exactly right. They pushed off some of the Medicaid payments and also swept in some other money and spent the rest of the surplus. Oh, and in the fiscal code, which this gets a little weedy, made sure that they couldn't deposit any more money into the rainy day fund. So yeah, no matter how you slice it, we're spending billions and billions of dollars more than what we're bringing in. And that's just the reality. And so what we've just done is basically kick the can down the road. And as far as education goes, Jared's absolutely right. We rank 39th in education, but guess what? We rank top 10 in spending. So he's right. Every year we throw more and more money at education, and we think we're going to get a different result. And that is because we have a governor that is a career politician. So he's never, been in the private sector, never done anything, doesn't know how to, they constantly think, the Democrats, that you just throw more money at a problem and you're going to get a different result. And we know it doesn't work that way.
Dan, sum this up for us. How would you weigh in? What does Stacey need to do in order to solve this issue? Because obviously her campaign dovetails with, we have 4 real seats that are in play in Pennsylvania. How does this tie in, Dan?
Well, the number one goal is to win the governor's office, and for with Stacey Garrity, because then we win there, we're going to win all of the battleground districts, and then we'll win the state house and we'll sustain the Senate. So that's really the main focus. And of course, we're going to be sustaining my House colleagues. But look, Stacey has a vision. Stacey has a plan. Stacey knows how to execute. She was in the private sector. She's run the Treasury Department in an outstanding manner. Shapiro has never been in the private sector. I mean, when he's spending money, like I'm not sure he knows what the term ROI even means. Return on investment. He's spending money every time there's a problem in an agency. They don't go in and do a deep dive and say, okay, where's the problems? Where's the waste? Where's the ineffectiveness? Is the IT system the problem? Do we have too many employees? Do we have too little? Are our goals being set? Is there a good manager setting metrics? No, they just say we're going to throw more money at it. And that's their only answer, and expand it, hire more people. I mean, it's no different than what Biden and Kamala Harris did. And by the way, Shapiro endorsed Kamala Harris with no exceptions, no qualifications. Okay, so in other words, he supported everything that they were for, or she would have been for, and therefore that's how he governs. Outside of that, he's managed to put together a very good political operation. So all we need with Stacey is to get the word out. We need fundraising in order to express not just her background, but the failures and the future failures of Josh Shapiro. I mean, he's the most popular bad governor, if you will, in the United States. So look, Pennsylvania can be in the realms of Georgia, Florida, Texas. First of all, focus on what they've done, right? That's how you win market leadership. Go after number one first, and then you work on just making Pennsylvania the best place to live. And look, I'm quoting off of what Stacey's speeches are, what her plans are, what her policy initiatives are, and it's exciting. It's exciting to think what we can do. And, a lot of it's in line with what the Trump administration's all about. America first, Pennsylvania first. Let's go. We got a competition of states out there, and we're losing.
We haven't even opted into the federal school choice program. And what does that hurt? It just hurts Pennsylvania kids, because that is money that will go to other states. I mean, my goodness, even Colorado opted into it, and New York is going to. So this governor has a serious case of Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, the fact that he didn't even agree to participate in the Great American State Fair. And thank goodness, the leadership of, our 2 senators, as well as, our congressmen and some other folks, that we were able to showcase Pennsylvania. But we're the birthplace of freedom and liberty. And he didn't want to participate because Donald Trump was going to show up. I mean, give me a break.
Hey, Stacey, we said, it's amazing what happens when Josh Shapiro steps out of the way. Pennsylvania's number one.
Exactly.
I like that.
Well, listen, Stacey, let me ask you this. As you're going on the campaign trail, one of the things we've been really focused on is the Republican apparatus. When I was part of the Trump campaign in 24, I spent, as you know, a bus tour in Pennsylvania. I think we did Labor Day right through November. I never left the road. And we were very focused, as you know, Stacey, because you were with me a lot of that. So was Dan, mail-in ballots and early voting. We had an early voting goal of 33%. We got 34.5%. Trump won the state. Didn't do that good in the specials. And now we're falling behind in mail-in ballots. What is your assessment of the Republican apparatus now without the Trump campaign there, like we were focused on it in mail-in ballots and early voting? What are we doing with that?
Right. So of course, we have PHAs, and they're going to knock 750,000 doors, so that's going to be helpful. And then the president's going to come out, and that's the issue that we have, is that it's really difficult sometimes to get our base out when we don't have Donald Trump on the ticket. So he's going to come out. That's what we talked a lot about yesterday at Rally at the Rock, is we have to get out the vote. And it's critical. I mean, if we have performance like we did just in the primary, then everybody's going to be in trouble. So it is really very, very important. This is a grassroots initiative. I mean, this is an all hands on deck mission. I mean, Pennsylvania shouldn't be ranked 39th in education, 38th in the economy, 41st overall. Oh, and we're the 42nd worst state to do business in, which is no surprise to anybody that right now is on this call. So it doesn't have to be this way. We should be leading the nation. We have so many blessings that we're squandering. We have natural resources that are the envy of the world. We look at where we're located. We're within a few hours drive to 60% of the population. So we should be the hub of global commerce. And we have world-class industries. And under Josh Shapiro's leadership, failed leadership, we're squandering those blessings.
Dan, what do we do to get the enthusiasm up and be sure that we have the apparatus on the ground to get people to vote early and to take advantage of the mail-in ballot situation, Dan?
I think to realize this election is as important as 2024. I mean, what happened there? Everybody was rowing in the same direction. There was excitement. We were knocking doors. We were all pushing. Losing was not an option in Pennsylvania. So we need to deliver on the federal side better. We got this reconciliation 3.0. There's some should be some really great things in there. We just passed this housing bill. It's fine, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. Really a growing economy, and which will allow lower interest rates, will really kick things in. I got a couple of ideas there. This most favored nation initiative of the president's, my bill is codifying that, most favored patient. We're looking to enormously lower prescription drug prices by half, which will save billions and lower premiums. So people need to see us deliver it. They need to see us fighting. Our U.S. Senate needs to come through on the SAVE Act. Now, what's interesting about the SAVE Act is, requiring ID. 35 states do, 15 to 16 don't. Let's hope it doesn't make any difference, right? If there's no fraud, if there's no issues, if everybody has ID and is a citizen that votes, then the Save America Act will, in the end, make no difference. But so let's pass it so we're sure that there is voter integrity, because there's also a trust factor. People aren't showing up because they're like, my vote doesn't mean anything. Well, if we pass the Save America Act, they will feel that it means something. And we got two shots at it: the reconciliation, which will torpedoes be damned. We're looking to get that done, but there also is the blowing up the filibuster. We've got to show the American people that they voted right, that there's a reason that we're here, and we got to show that we're fighting for them right up to the end. We do that, we should get a surge, and we need to point out the extremism of where the left wants to take us. Okay, from boys and girls locker rooms to tax rates, to big government proposals, to open borders, to just everything opposite, basically, of what makes America America.
And John, I would point out also that Josh Shapiro went on Morning Joe, I believe it was last Monday, and advocated for packing the court. So instead of being in Harrisburg and working on passing his budget, which he was late for 4 for 4, and not in the good way, he was worried about court packing. So this guy is also running so far to the left.
It's just unbelievable.
It is.
I mean, to see how this guy has a lead in the polls that he has. I mean, I just don't believe it when you look at what he's done. I'm going to get Jared to weigh in here, but before we do that, I got to put this picture up of Ann and I at the Pennsylvania State Fair at the Liberty Bell. Dan, you have that? Stacy will appreciate it. Go put that up there. There it is. There we go. There we go. Tell me that's not a gorgeous, look how great that looks, guy. That's beautiful. Got the Liberty Bell there. And, of course, I got my Maryland shirt on, fear the turtle. I love turtles. So Ann's there. By the way, Stacey, Ann says hi. All right.
Give my best, Ann.
I will. I mean, it was so much fun. But how is this guy ahead, Jared Coleman? How is this guy ahead of Stacey? If you believe the polls, how is this guy winning?
Hey, John, I want to listen to this, but I'm going to be jumping off. I gotta head to DC.
Dan,
it's
thank
a
you.
4-hour ride. I'm pleased to be with the posse.
All right.
So let's all
Dan,
stick together.
Dan,
Jared, great
people,
job. My buddy Mike Barley's on there, and of course our great Stacey Garrity. Great being with you.
Hey, Dan, people want to follow you. Where do they go?
You know, you go online on Facebook, Congressman Muser, website, muser.gov.house. They know where to find me.
Muser.house.gov, Muser with an E. Dan, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, MEUSER, exactly.
Always enjoy being with you, Dan. Talk soon. Thank you. Okay, let's get, we got now Stacey and Jared. So Jared, why is Stacey behind the polls? She got more votes than anybody in the history of Pennsylvania ever in a statewide office. And this guy's a disaster. And Garrity was treasurer. I mean, she knows what's going on. How are we not winning this race?
No, I mean, look, I think we are. I actually think it's not. They both didn't start at the same starting line, right? So this race didn't start with them both. Josh had to have a head start here, because if they would run neck and neck, she runs away from him. And so he had to be given that extra lead in the beginning. That's just the nature of where she came in to the race, I believe. And what we are seeing is in every poll that we're doing, 2-week increments, is it's tightening repeatedly. And it's not been a good couple weeks for Josh Shapiro. And it continued. The summer will not be good for him either. So the story isn't that she's down in the poll. I mean, I guess that's the only takeaway that the left wants to take from those polls. They want to try to get everyone to look at, look, we're winning. But if you analyze the data, you see the numbers are moving. And so I think that's where the Republican side is like, well, wait a second, he is slipping. And we just need to keep that momentum moving right now. I mean, folks are connecting way more with Stacey, because again, if you look at everything, what has he actually done? What accomplishments? He says he gets things done. What accomplishments has he done that don't involve giving away taxpayer money? I mean, it's all a check.
His first commercial, Jarrett, and you know this is his first commercial was an accomplishment from Tom Wolf. So his commercial is him serving breakfast to kids in Montgomery County. And he has the little kids thanking him. And actually, that was a program that was initiated by Governor Wolf in 22. So obviously, he hasn't done anything, or his first commercial would be something he actually did. And to Jarrett's point on the polls, his unfavorables have increased 14 points since the end of last year. So that's good. And he's decreased with independents by 14 points as well. So all the numbers are heading away from him. Every single number is heading away from him. And that's why he has to spend money right now. He doesn't want to be spending money. And I think they have him at 50. He should be at 58 or 60, realistically. And he's not.
I mean, he's blatantly lying in the ads right now, and I think people are seeing right through that. I mean, they're running ads. I've been one of the only senators in the state legislature that's been proposing these moratoriums on data centers, and all my constituents know that. And he's putting up ads saying he's been tough on data centers, and I've been easy on them. And the constituents see right through it. It's just blatant lying. I mean, we know that he's the biggest cheerleader for these data centers, that folks are, and when I say folks, I'm talking about 83% of Democrats are very concerned with, and they're watching this guy who's been paid by them to just push them through. Now, regardless of the data, again, we're not going to talk, we know we need the data centers in the United States, but again, the question is, how do we protect our communities and make sure that they have the time to make sure that their ordinances are up to protect the local residents, right? And he can't even, he's paralyzed on the issue right now. He can't do anything. It's becoming a big problem.
Yeah, he's taken like $10 million from data center developers, mostly out of state. I mean, $6 million from one person in California.
I had a local developer come here to a township meeting 2 days ago for one of the biggest data centers in Pennsylvania that was proposed. And the developers were texting in the meeting that these folks don't have teeth and they should take baths. I mean, this is the most absurd thing that you've ever seen. You can't believe it. And people are upset about it. And where's our leader on the issue? Our leader, again, and we've said this before, a leader is not, the title just, it doesn't make you a leader. The title doesn't make you a leader, right? It's the actions that the person takes. And sometimes that's why people that don't have leadership positions become leaders, right? It's because of the things you do. Obviously, Stacey, you know all about that, but I go back to the gas tax issue. He could have been a leader on the issue. He didn't want to be a leader on the issue. Look at when McCormick did his energy summit and he invited Josh to be part of it. That's being a leader, right? Puts the partisanship aside. Whereas when Josh does an event, he doesn't even tell Republicans that he's doing an event until like an hour before now we can't make it. That's not being a leader. So.
I've done 5 listening sessions all across the Commonwealth on these data centers. He met with 4 people that weren't even community leaders in Archibald, and then pretended that he did a listening session. And then these guardrails that he claims that he put up, they're voluntary. They're voluntary to continue to get tax breaks, which they shouldn't be getting in the first place. So it's ridiculous. And the media is acting like these guardrails are mandatory, and they're not. They're 100% voluntary.
So how big of a campaign issue for you, Stacey, are data centers in Pennsylvania?
Oh, they're huge. It's a huge issue because that is really, I think, why he is dropping in the polls and very consistently right now. Now, of course, he has, 25 or 26 comms people. So I'm sure he's doing his best to spin it. And by the way, that's using our taxpayer dollars as well. So he uses, Pennsylvania taxpayer money to promote his political campaign. But yeah, he's underwater with that for sure.
So Mike, we lost Mike Barley, so I'm gonna throw this out. One of your revenue sources, and for many of these smaller companies, convenience stores, and also American Legions and firehouses and things like that, have been the skill games, the revenue from the Pace-O-Matic skill games. And I guess Judge gave them 120 days to get a legislative solution. The court in Pennsylvania. As a candidate for governor, how do you stand on them? And should there be a legislative solution to keep them in Pennsylvania? Stacey Garrity.
Absolutely. So I don't think the issue is that they don't need to be regulated, but I think the issue is what is the number, and you don't want to make it so high that you're hurting our American Legions and our VFWs and our fire halls and, these organizations that contribute so much to our communities. So I think it's really important to be mindful that, we support these groups.
All right. Jared, you got what? You got another month or so to get legislation. What can you see the court making an extension, or does it just run out?
No, look, I think the court. I don't think the court quite understood the game. They made a decision. I think they were getting lots of pressure externally. Now they have another $9 million in their budget. I think the courts do this year. So maybe they are happy. Who knows? But what I will say is, if the tax rate is too high, it's just math. If the tax rate is too high, the games don't work. They won't be in the Legions and the VFWs, and those Legions and VFWs will suffer. And putting a slot machine in those places will not solve the issue, because those are not beneficial to VFWs and Legions. So if the General Assembly wants to protect the Legion and the VFWs, then I think they'll come up with a reasonable solution.
Well, you guys are running out of time, but it sounds like you've got your state treasurer and gubernatorial candidate there, and can't wait to get out there and help you guys. But I'm going to be in Pennsylvania Tuesday and Wednesday in Carlisle. Can't wait for that. Stacey Garrity, people want to follow your campaign, donate, get involved. Where do they go?
Go to GarrityForPA.com. For FOR.
GarrityForPA.com. 2 R's in Garrity.
Correct.
GarrityForPA.com. So much fun. I think you're going to start turning the tide, Stacey. Every time you run, everybody writes you off, and then you get all these votes. You just get votes. So I think it's going to start to happen. Well,
we have a governor that's more interested in Pennsylvania Avenue than helping Pennsylvania families, and I'm 100%. All I care about is helping Pennsylvanians.
That's a great line. Was that Jared's line? Jared, you need to steal. That's a great line.
Look, everyone knows that line. That's the other thing that's great. These people are, it's like a jingle, your favorite jingle. Everyone knows it when they hear the music. When everyone hears Josh Shapiro, they say when he steps out of the way, Pennsylvania's number one, and now the only Pennsylvania he cares about is Pennsylvania Avenue.
That's a great line. That's good. Stacey, thanks for being with us. I want to thank Dan Muser for his time, and also Senator Jared Coleman. People want to follow you, Jared. Where do they go?
We can go to Mr. Coleman goes to Harrisburg.com.
Thanks for being with us. Stacey, always a pleasure to have you guys on the Pennsylvania Posse. I don't know what happened to Mike Barley. He just poof, disappeared. Mike, you got to get a better camera set up, dude. All right, guys. That was so much fun. Hey, got to go to Carlisle. See you there tomorrow live at the War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania with Dave McCormick. I'm